KMTI, your sports leader in South Central Utah, now presents Snow College Badger Sports on the radio. This sports broadcast is brought to you by sports-minded sponsors throughout South Central Utah. And now let's get started with live sports play-by-play action on KMTI Radio.
Hopped off the plane in Scranton, PA, from Scranton, PA, on a cloudy gray afternoon. We welcome you to Terry Foote Stadium and Robert Stoddard Field on the campus of Snow College in Ephraim for a top 15 JUCO matchup between the 15th-ranked Lackawanna College Falcons and the 13th-ranked Snow College Badgers. Good evening. My name is Tanner Wilkinson. I'll be your lead play-by-play man this evening up here in the broadcast booth at Terry Foote Stadium. To my left, a Pennsylvania native, now a naturalized Utahn. He's Cole Wissinger. Cole, great to be with you. And, we certainly miss our good friend Greg Sterner, who's our normal color guy for home games here at Snow College. He is out of town. I thought, what perfect replacement could I get than a guy who grew up not terribly far from where Lackawanna, from Scranton, PA. Yeah, exactly. Happy to have you along, brother.
It's good to get the Pennsylvania roots back going, but I know where I'm at, and I know where the bread is buttered nowadays. It's Utah, and it's some of these Utah guys that especially we get to see at the high school level on Friday nights that go on to play at Snow College, and we have an exciting matchup in front of us.
Yeah, two teams coming off of losses. The Badgers have lost 2 in a row, a heartbreaking triple overtime loss to Army's JV. I've been asked a lot off the air, does this count as a loss because it wasn't an official NJCAA squad? It does. The only games you can schedule against FBS-level schools are the academies. So you can play Army's JV, Air Force JV, or Navy JV. The Badgers went to West Point, fell 31-29 in triple overtime. And you're thinking, it got to the 2-point shootout, right? Army didn't have to run a play. It was a fumble 2, if you will, instead of a fumble 6, and they took it 97 yards, and that ended the game. So heartbreaking way for the Badgers to go out. First time Coach Erickson has lost to an unranked opponent. Now, again, that you could probably put a little asterisk next to that, right? You're playing against Division I level freshmen and sophomores up at Army. But nonetheless,
it's a very unique scenario when you play those kind of schools.
Absolutely. But he talked a lot about, in my conversation with him this week, just about how they've had a bad taste in their mouth now for almost a month because they've lost 2 in a row, and they had a mini bye going into the Army game, and then a full bye last week, did not play, and now looking to get that bad taste out of their mouth here against a very good, still top 15 team in the Lackawanna Falcons.
Yeah, this is not exactly a get-right game for you if you're coming off of that kind of rust, and so you got to make sure the rust is knocked off early and you are ready to play your highest level of opponent. This is a little mini rivalry between these two teams over the past few years.
Now, unfortunately, this is the last time they will play. Lackawanna is moving up to Division II, so they will become a 4-year school. You're very familiar, Cole, with that conference that they're headed to next year.
They're going to join the PSAC, the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference, which is a pretty highly regarded conference in Division II. Some of the schools across Pennsylvania, there's a lot of those 4-year institutions, but that play pretty high-level ball at Division II. California, PA, Slippery Rock, a couple teams that were in the quarterfinals just last year in the football championship, and that'll be the kind of conference and the level of opponent that Lackawanna will be facing next year in there. This is not the first time I've done broadcasts even for those PSAC games.
Isn't that wild? Yeah.
Yeah, when
Funny
I was a freshman at college.
Yeah, small world out there. But it has been a good rivalry. Lackawanna won the first matchup several seasons ago, and then Snow's won the last 5, including a shootout a year ago, a 43-40 final from over in Scranton. So, needless to say, it was humming that night. And Lackawanna's off to a great offensive start so far this season. Now, they've only really been challenged one time, and it was against a very good Georgia military team who Snow will see in a couple of weeks. But still putting up points. One of the top scoring teams in junior college football. A month or so into the season, Badgers will have their hand full.
83 in your second game will do that for a little. The averages. We're still in the small sample size portion of the season. NFL college and junior college as well. Where, when you put up 83 in one game against a lower level of opponent, that helps pad the stats a little bit. Remember the Miami Dolphins, right? They put up 70 against the Denver Broncos, but it's like week 2 or 3, and so your offense stays at the top of the list for the whole season. Yeah,
going to be fascinating to see how this one does shake out tonight. Two teams looking to bounce back, get that bad taste out of their mouth. We'd like to thank our entire crew here tonight. Producer extraordinaire, the director of broadcasting at Snow College, Mr. Joe Williams, who got us on the air tonight. We've had some lightning delay, some rain issues, but as far as we can see, though, things are clearing out, and we're going to be good to go the rest of the night. I don't foresee any more delays or issues when it comes to that. I want to thank our camera crew, Dalton Ray, Nate Kingston, and Kimball Barton, all with us here. Fine Snow College students enjoying their education down here in Ephraim and getting paid to have fun as well, running the cameras and whatnot. We'll take a quick break. We appreciate you tuning in wherever you may be doing so on SnowTV, the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, including MidUtahRadio.com, KMTI 650 AM and 95.1 FM, as well as Centricom Channel 10. We'll be right back.
If you've ever ridden an ATV, you know how much fun they are. They're helpful for small jobs, too. Our credit union is your first stop for an ATV loan. Since we're member-owned and not-for-profit, it's a smart stop to make.
Utah Heritage Credit Union, your local credit union, federally insured by NCUA. Online at utahheritagecu.org.
My parents know nothing about gaming. I told them we needed Centricom Fiber because it's by far the fastest and most reliable internet speeds.
Hey bud, dinner's ready. Time to turn off the game box.
Alright, this round's almost over.
These days, kids do a lot of their homework online. They talk to their teachers, they receive assignments, and they do research, all from our kitchen table. That's why I chose Centricom Fiber Internet. They have the fastest and most reliable connection, so my kids can stay on top of their schoolwork.
For over 70 years, Cache Valley Bank has been a part of Utah's financial landscape with 23 branches across the state of Utah. Cache Valley Bank isn't just a bank. We're neighbors, partners, and your financial advisors.
Committed to building stronger communities one transaction at a time with secure and reliable solutions, whether it's buying a home, expanding your business, or simply managing your day-to-day finances.
Visit any of our locations in Ephraim, Mount Pleasant, Fairview, or Nephi. Cache Valley Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
Troy Green.
We welcome you back here inside Terry Foote Stadium. Our national anthem has just been played. We're about 12 minutes away from kickoff. Again, we do apologize for the delay with some weather here in central Utah. That's kind of pushed us back a little bit. So, but happy to continue to bring you this pregame show. It is brought to you by our friends at Snow College. Your community college. Join Snow on campus to cheer on your favorite teams. And where would we be without any of our sponsors? Certainly appreciate Centricom, Utah Heritage Credit Union, CO Building Systems, Risk Managers Insurance, Cache Valley Bank, Snow College, Mountain America Credit Union, IHC, Sanpete Valley Hospital, Sanpete Steel, Central Valley Medical Center, and Douglas Dentistry. Appreciate all those helping us get on the air tonight as well. Well, Cole, let's talk a little bit more about, despite losing 2 in a row, not everything's been bad. The Badgers really figured some things out in that game against Army JV, and when you go into a game like that, you're maybe not quite sure what to expect, right? It's a bunch of FBS-level talent players, but then again, so are these JUCO kids, right? They're right on that fringe trying to also get to that next level.
Even when you're watching film to prep for it,
yes.
Right? You can't see what the JV team's doing, so you just look at what Army varsity's doing against the highest level of competition.
They legit watched Army Kansas State was the game plan to watch to get the film for that. So when you look at that side of things, the Snow offense really figured some things out. Struggled against Tyler. Now, Tyler has turned out to be maybe the best defense in all of junior college football. Wow. Currently number 3 in the polls, playing some fantastic football. That loss isn't going to go down quite as bad as maybe you thought at the beginning of when that loss did occur. But the offense really figured some things out. Over 400 yards at Army. Coach Erickson's first loss when gaining 400 yards in a game. So it was his first loss against a quote-unquote unranked opponent. You can put the air quotes around that, if you will.
But also when you go to triple overtime, those counting stats are going to add up. It makes it someone's going to lose a game gaining a lot of yards when you get there.
Oh, absolutely, with some absolutely wacky. And that game just was wacky, as triple overtime games are.
There's still a lot of respect for Snow College in the polls. When you look down, they're still ranked ahead of this Lackawanna opponent tonight, and they're the only 2-loss team this early in the season that is in the polls.
Sure. Hey, talking with Coach Erickson this week, he mentioned, the playoff is a long shot, but it's not out of the question at this point because of how difficult the next 3 games are. You beat Lackawanna, right? Take care of business at home. That is a good win. The Iowa Western game in 2 weeks. Homecoming here in Ephraim. They're currently the number 2 team in the country. That would give them their second loss. Iowa Western's only loss is to the number 1 team in Hutchinson. So then you go beat Georgia Military, who's number 6. You finish the season, you win out. You're daring to be left out in a way, right? When
Exactly. You've played yourself in, and you've given yourself all the opportunity that you can.
Now, for the Badgers, certainly you got to take it 1 week at a time, and that starts tonight against Lackawanna, a program that has been at the top of the NJCAA levels, so much so that, as mentioned, they will be going to Division II a year from now. They have had a man at the helm for quite some time. Coach Mark Duda, his 32nd season as the head coach at Lackawanna.
And Lackawanna's been playing football for 33. He was there as an assistant the year before as well.
Yes, all-time record, 213 wins and 99 losses. That's up there with the – I think that might be more someone just got to 200 wins. I believe it was Iowa's head coach just got to 200 wins last week among active coaches. Coach Frentz, he's 13 wins ahead of that at the full FBS level, ahead of guys like Kyle Whittingham, who seems to have been coaching forever. You have him ahead of those kind of guys. So he's been doing this for a long time at Lackawanna County and has had a lot of success out there in the Electric City. So very, very impressive to see what he's done, and he's built a great relationship with his staff. Coach Erickson talked about that as well. So very interested to see how he continues in their farewell season to JUCO.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting when you look at their roster, right? You have the freshmen and the sophomores that's natural to the junior college level, and what kind of transfers are going to come in? Is it going to be – are they going to be able to keep around some of the guys that are in the program this year into the 4-year, 10-year next year, and how that transition? You wouldn't want anyone else at the helm than the guy that has seen you through all the transitions of you as a college so far at this point. They've got redshirt freshman starting quarterback, especially that's leading the way right now.
Yeah, he's been really, really good for this team. Just 9 touchdowns to 1 interception on the year for Jacob Tiberi. 6'2" out of Smyrna, Delaware, and has put up really, really good numbers 3 games in. For the Badgers, they feel like their best quarterback play is coming at the right time. Jack Thau, who there was kind of there was a very intense quarterback battle between him and Jace Wells. Jack won the job, played that game you and I called up at the Utah Islanders. Ended up getting a little banged up in that game, didn't make the trip out to take on Highland in Kansas. Jace Wells gets the start, plays so well that it kind of felt like they had to play him against Tyler. He gets hurt and knocked out for the year in the opening quarter of that game against Tyler. Jack played his best game of the season, though, at Army. Made difficult throws, was in real good control of the offense. This Badger offense cleaned up a lot of things penalty-wise. There were so many penalties and mistakes in that Tyler game. They cleaned a lot of that up. The thing that still haunts them, though, the 2 fumbles at the 2 most costly times of the game. You got 1st and goal at the 10 with 24 seconds left. You just got to get the ball where your kicker likes it, win the game, and you fumble it. Then in the triple overtime, you run that 2-point play. It gets blood. There's a miscommunication on the handoff. Gets ran back for the 2 points. So you take away those 2 fumbles, Snow College likely wins the football game.
Of course, and even on that second one, right, just the opportunity to continue in the overtimes and to see some of that action and to not even have your defense get out onto the field because your offense just on a miscommunication on something that could have been solved.
Another thing I talked about with Coach Erickson this week in our pregame conversation, which unfortunately we're not going to be able to air tonight, he mentioned how they're glad they had a week in between because you focus so much on that triple option style that Army runs. It's so unique. It's so different. Now you're going to go to a team that likes to throw the football quite a bit in Lackawanna, where I think Army attempted 3 to 5 passes, a couple weeks ago. You're going to see a bit different of a challenge there, and I think this defense is hungry to make a name for themselves because they got bullied a little bit and gave up a lot of yardage, especially on the ground.
That's what the triple option is designed to do, and especially as the game goes on, right? And when you get to triple overtime, that is a long time to be facing up against the same guys in front of you and just to dig deep and come up with run defenses just harder, right?
Yeah.
Pass defense, you play good run defense on 1st and 2nd down so you can pin your ears back and hopefully blitz on 3rd down. If you never get yourself into that opportunity, because Army didn't even let you, even if you were successful on 1st and 2nd down, 3rd down isn't a passing down for an Army team. It wears you down as a defense.
Yeah.
And so now to play a little bit more of a conventional game, we'll see what this defense really is made of.
look, let's get the elephant out of the way. Lackawanna County, Scranton, Pennsylvania. What do you and I know about Scranton, Pennsylvania? Let's go back 8 years, Cole. What is the first? You and I met 8 years ago at the BYU broadcast building as interns. What was you remember the first thing I ever said to you in person? What did I ask you?
You're from Pennsylvania. Have you ever been to Scranton?
That is the first thing I asked, and here we are all these years later. Of course, home to Dunder Mifflin Paper Company and the greatest television show that has ever existed, in my opinion, in The Office. I asked Coach Erickson. I had to ask him this. I said, one of the most famous quotes from the show, I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. I asked Coach, does he have any stitiousness to him, any superstitions with game day? He does not, as a head coach. As a player, ate a peanut butter and jelly before every game, and that was it. It wasn't any magic socks, that kind of a thing.
He did all his laundry beforehand.
Yes,
That's good to
yes, and we enjoyed the conversation and the question about that. So, very, very fun to see how many references we may sneak in there tonight. I do have a drink on the line. I'll leave it at that. So we're going to take another quick break. When we come back, it's the opening kickoff. We'll have the coin toss next right here on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom, Channel 10, and SnowTV.
This school year will be different.
This year, I'll do my assignments on time.
I will listen to my teacher.
I solemnly swear.
I won't eat any glue.
I'll do my homework every night.
Every night.
Research? No problem.
School? I got this.
This year will be different. Visit Centricom.com to power your education with the best internet experience. Everyone succeeds with School to the Power of Centricom.
The Snow College campus store has something for every member of the family to show their Badger pride. They have hoodies, mugs, car stickers, and more. Online students and parents can get in on the fun too, because now the campus store is online at store.snow.edu. Go there now for all of your Snow College apparel needs. Visit store.snow.edu. That's store.snow.edu.
CO Building Systems in Ephraim manufactures a complete line of pre-engineered metal buildings of all sizes. Plus, they are your headquarters for custom metal roof and wall panels for your home or business, including all trim and accessories. All of their roof and wall panels are available in several gauges and over 20 different colors. For a free cost estimate or more information, contact CO Building Systems in Ephraim. 800-262-5347. That's 800-262-5347. Online at cobuildings.com.
I'm Dr. Brandon Beck, and I'm one of the general surgeons at Central Valley Medical Center. One of the best parts of my job as a general surgeon is to interact with a wide variety of people, and many of those people have experienced chronic conditions or painful things for many years, and there is nothing better than helping them to work through those conditions and to have an improved quality of life. I'm happy to be back in Utah at Central Valley Medical Center serving the people in our community.
Visits to the dentist cause great anxiety and fear in some people, further jeopardizing oral and overall health. This is Dr. Douglas. We not only deliver optimal dental care, we make you comfortable while we do it.
Douglas Dentistry's patients love listening to music or watching a movie during treatment. Some patients prefer nitrous oxide or laughing gas or conscious sedation.
Call Douglas Dentistry today, 283-3800. That's 283-3800. Find us on Facebook or click on douglasdentistryephrem.com.
We are all part of a team. Whether you are the quiet hero or the newest recruit, the steady anchor or the moral support, your team needs you. At Intermountain Health, Sanpete Valley Hospital, we want to be part of your team. Partner with us on your health and continue to be a game changer for your teammates.
Badgers coming out onto the field. We've had our opening coin toss here, and we'll get that sorted out in just a moment. A couple other guys, Cole, that I thought had real breakout performances. Running back Seth Rigtrup was spectacular, had a hat trick, 3 touchdowns against Army JV. And then Mikhail Paiva has kind of separated himself as the team's leading receiver. Really interested to see how he follows up that really strong performance against Army JV as well. Guys, I'm excited to see on defense. Excited to see these three linebackers, these three starting linebackers tonight for Snow College, specifically Tayson Reed, Mario Williams Jr., and Jaden Wright. I feel like they didn't quite get you mentioned the way Army plays offensively, you just don't quite see versatility, right, with certain positions.
Wear down the linebackers specifically, and so much of the linebacker game, especially as you translate it from the lower levels to the higher levels of college and then in the pros after that, is figuring out how to move backwards as well as moving forward. That Army team lines you up and just asks you as linebackers to move forward, get your nose in there, and if that's not your specialty as a linebacker, if you're one of the more sideline to sideline or coverage guys, then you just didn't get a chance to do that for an entire game, and it just beats you up when you're not as big of a body.
Looking at the Snow College secondary, however, those guys actually do get quite, you think, corners and safeties aren't as involved in it. No, the safeties were the leading tacklers in that game and made some big plays, so excited to see what they can do out there as well. Lackawanna wins the toss. They will defer to the second half. Snow College will receive. The Falcons in the white jerseys with the white helmets, blue pants, red numbers. Badgers in their home blues with the orange trim, orange numbers, and white helmets as we get set for kickoff here. Overcast night here in Ephraim. We did have a bunch of rain and lightning about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
But it also cools things down, right? This is the time of the year where at kickoff and in the first quarter it might be 80 degrees, and then when the lights come on it cools. But tonight will be football weather.
Kickoff is underway, and the Badgers let this bounce at about the 8 and muff it. Pick it up at the 15. Stutter step out past the 25 and out of bounds. It'll be 1st and 10 Snow College on the return over to the outside. I believe, trying to get that number over there on the far side. Is that 5 for the Badgers that did return that?
Yeah.
That is Kazan Villa on the return for Snow College. So this Badger offense gets to come out first. Again, Jack Thau and this group played probably their most complete offensive game a week ago, at least maybe most consistent game against Army. And again, Cole, that game had no punts in it. 0 punting.
Fantastic football.
So, yeah, if you feel bad for Jay Summers, the Badger punter, but, well, here we go. 1st and 10. Thau in the gun. Goes hard count, now gets a new call in from the sideline. Badger's going to go with 2 tight ends here with a single receiver on either side. Single back is Rigtrup. Lackawanna showing a lot of pressure up here early. Stack in the box, and we're going to get a delay of game on the first offensive snap of the day. And Coach Erickson saying that there should have been maybe some more time on the clock.
Waiting to pump the hand, right?
Yeah.
Reset the play clock. Now, I mean, there's no excuse for the quarterback in the center. You got play clocks real clearly marked here.
Sure.
Right? Snow College has a high-quality facility, but still.
So not the way you want to start. We talked about, the penalties, that they were cleaned up a bit. You start your first play from scrimmage. You lose 5 yards. Thau and gun takes the snap, handoffs Rigtrip. Stutter step from Seth. Tries to push forward and is not going to do so. Excellent job inside by that interior from Lackawanna. I believe that is number 25, the linebacker, LaFennis Mays, a sophomore from Chester, Pennsylvania. You ever been to Chester?
I'll let you know every time.
I was going to say, yeah.
When something comes up, but never been to Chester, Pennsylvania. We'll see. Fantastic penetration by Lackawanna, coming out in a 3-down set formation, but 4 linebackers base defense for Lackawanna.
Badgers go with 2 stacked receiver sets. Thau throws. It's high but complete. Over the middle, that's Kazan Villa, who spins out of it right back near the original line of scrimmage. And, boy, Lackawanna getting to him in a hurry. Not going to be letting him get anything after the catch, so that'll bring up 3rd down and 10 now for the Badger offense.
Good pursuit, and Lackawanna is keeping their safeties pretty shallow so far, right? Not quite in the box, but not so deep that they're worried about Jack Thau's deep ball. We'll see how that progresses.
3rd down and 10. Trips to the near side of the right for Jack. Thau back to pass, fires it low, and just not going to be able to be caught inside by the wide receiver, Stephon Sellers Jr., so the Badgers get a quick 3 and out on their first possession of the ball game.
He felt some pressure. Lackawanna showed a corner blitz, right? They went out and replaced and then came screaming off of his blind side, and Thau just knew he had a timer in the back of his head where even on 3rd down and 10, he didn't let the routes progress past the 10-yard line. Even if they complete that ball that he threw at the shoelaces, it's going to be 4th down no matter what.
So punt coming here. We talked about no punts in the Badgers' last game. We'll do so here as Summers lets this one boot, and this is a beautiful punt. Fair catch called for, and the Falcons will have 1st and 10 back at the 32-yard line. The return man for Lackawanna County, number 4, Kylie Patterson, a sophomore from Fox Chapel, Pennsylvania. So Badger defense looking to redeem themselves a little bit. Overall, played relatively well in that Tyler game. A couple of weird plays led to some scores for Tyler. Really only 1 or 2 consistent drives. But again, the way Army ran that triple option variant last game, looking for a little bit of redemption on that side of the football.
Just such a different defense. And so now we'll see Snow College get back into their normal defense, but already seeing a little bit of communication issues from the secondary, making sure that they're in the right thing. Now everybody's ready to go.
Under center is quarterback Jacob Tabiri. Now goes in shotgun. 2 receivers out wide. It's going to be a handoff directly up the middle. And the Badgers get there in a hurry. No gain. In fact, maybe even a small loss on the play. Jaden Wright shot out of that outside linebacker spot. He's been our Sam Pete Steele man of the game before this season. Makes an early play there.
He and Taysom Reed both just meet me at the running back, are able to get the penetration. And it's that linebacker level. We'll be keeping our eyes right there.
2nd down and 10. For this offense. In at running back for Lackawanna is Joseph Bivens, a sophomore from Brick, New Jersey. Got the initial carry here with Jacob Tabiri.
This is something you don't see at the high school levels. We have the actual quarterback play sheet on his wrist as Lackawanna's checking.
Tabiri back to pass. It's a quick hitter over the middle, complete, and a 1st down and then some for Lackawanna out past the 45-yard line. An excellent catch and run, found a kind of a soft spot right there in that zone. Is number 80? Is that 82 Cole that came down the tight end? Esau Palmore, the sophomore from White Oak, Maryland, moves the sticks for the Falcons.
Moves the sticks and moves a couple Snow College Badgers on his back too.
1st and 10. They go no huddle. The handoff up the right side and a big hole and a big gain out into Badger territory. 30, 25, forced out inside the red zone near the 15-yard line. Is that 33 that came up with the carry there, Cole, on that far side?
Either that or 35. No, 33.
33 is Hassan Aknabi, a freshman from Winchester, Virginia. Big run, and now the Falcons cooking in the red zone inside the 15. Tiberi takes the snap. It's going to be a handoff up the middle. Stutter step and fall forward to the 10 once again is Aknabi. And he'll gain 3, maybe 4 on 1st down.
If it's reliably there, what worked for them on that long run is moving some of these offensive linemen, right? Elephants on parade is what you call it whenever you get the big men moving. And even on that play, they're pulling their guards very well to get some seals.
2nd down and 7 for Tabiri. And now we get some movement.
Probably going to be encroachment here. Yeah. Snow was all the way in the neutral zone.
So already 2nd penalty of the game on the Badgers, as they'll make a substitution here. So a 2nd and 7 will become 2nd down and 2. Lackawanna could get a 1st down inside the 5 at the 4. Again, at quarterback, Jacob Tabiri, just a freshman, but 9 touchdowns, 1 pick on the season.
Real condensed formation now. We're inside what the hashes would be from the right hash.
Tabiri takes the snap. Badgers bring 4. Tabiri fires. Back corner of the end zone. A man is there, makes the catch, and is in for 6.
Woo! And he slips on the track area down there, pops right back up. But, yeah, you can tell Tabiri, this was his first read coming out on the wheel route. And as soon as the defense pulls up just a little bit, he knew he had the back corner wide open, delivered where he needed to.
I want to say that is to number 83 off that backside for Lackawanna. Coming up with a touchdown reception, Jaden Bird, freshman out of Norristown, Pennsylvania. Now an extra point comes for Lackawanna. This is Isaiah Rodriguez, their 6'3 kicker. Got some good size for the kicking game, and it goes through for the extra point. So with 11:36 to go in the opening quarter, number 15 Lackawanna 6, number 13 Snow 0 on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10 and SnowTV.
My art is an expression of my identity. As an artist, my identity is everything. Every stroke I make depicts my purpose, and every signature brings my dreams to life. I am La Morena. With my style check-in account from Mountain America Credit Union, I can create with confidence, knowing I have built-in identity protection. This premium future lets me stay focused and bring color to the world. Open a new checking account today. Make my style your lifestyle.
Welcome back on in. Badgers giving up a touchdown on the opening drive. That was the running back, Hassan Aknabi, coming out on a wheel route and finding the end zone. It's looking like an offense that's putting up 50-plus, Cole, on the opening drive.
Only 5 plays. It went 68 yards and was capped off by the 5-yard touchdown. The running back, a big part of it, because that big run in the middle was what set them into scoring position. 2 penalties so far, 1 on the offense, 1 on the defense, both by Snow College.
At the line of scrimmage with a delay of game and then the encroachment. So Badgers going to look to answer here. We're not even 5 minutes yet into this ball game, and Lackawanna has kicked off, forced a 3 and out, and then marched down, like you said, in 5 plays. So kick coming here for Rodriguez. Badgers with DeBow and Villa back deep. This kick is going to be a little bit shorter and fielded by Villa at the 18 now to the 20, 25, stutter steps at the 30 and gets leveled. Does do a nice job holding on to the football, so the Badgers a little bit better field position here back at the 30-yard line where it'll be first down and 10.
Kicking struggles already from Lackawanna. They're not even getting close to getting a touchback out of it.
Well, and they're at elevation today
We
compared
should be
to
seeing
Scranton.
a little bit more of a pop off the ball.
Kind of fascinating how that has played out here in the early stages of this ball game. So Badger offense back out there again. They have the delay of game. A run that didn't go anywhere, a pass for 5 yards, then an incompletion. We'll see if the Badgers can get something going here. Thau in shotgun, single back at his left hip. Single receiver high, 2 near side. Snapped it though, give rig trip. Seth stutter steps, looks to push forward and just does not have much to get. Does get 2 yards on the play. Does Seth. Will bring up second down. This Lackawanna defensive line doing a nice job crowding rig trip as he gets the ball.
And the linebacker core just sells out as well. They felt on first down that this is just going to be a run. It worked. And they bottled it up.
Micah Brown, the sophomore linebacker from Stafford, Virginia, makes the play. Second down and 8 for the Badgers. Thau now in pistol.
All the safeties within 7 yards of the line of scrimmage. A little bit of movement.
Free play. Jack Thau in the gun. Just going to chuck it up. And the comeback for it was out of bounds anyway. So this will fall incomplete. But smart for Jack just to throw that up. You never know what can happen with a free play. And the Badgers will get 5 yards. So first penalty of the game on Lackawanna. So second down and short now for the Badgers. It was 2nd and 8. Will now be 2nd down and 3 for Snow College.
Brody Daughtery, the offending party on the Lackawanna side. But you can tell they're coming with heat from this linebacker position. They've moved their linebackers from side to side too. Daughtery lining up on our near side here. It's the strong side of the formation.
Badgers go with the 2 tight end look again here with a single back, a receiver to either side. Thau in gun. Lackawanna shows blitz. Thau, handoff, rig trip. Seth looks to get over to the outside. Stiff arm, and then is brought down. An excellent open field tackle by Lackawanna. That jersey number's a little bunched up. That is once again number 0, Micah Brown, who made the initial hit on rig trip on the first carry of this drive. And now no gain, 3rd down and 3. Badgers will make a couple subs at receiver.
Got to get a first down here. You held to 3 and out on the first drive.
Empty set for Thau. Trips to the left, 2 receivers right side for Jack. Jack goes hard count, gets the new play call in now from the sideline.
Lackawanna's defense still adjusting to the fact that there's no one in the backfield. You might have an open opportunity on the left side.
Thau, blitz looks to come, back to pass. Pocket holds well for Jack. Pocket still holding. Jack fires over the middle. It is dropped. Had a man wide open. Cale McCoy had it right at the sticks, but a drop. And that will lead to another punt for Snow College. Cannot have that early. Now there was some rain earlier in the game, or in the pregame.
But
I'd imagine at
the
this
balls
point,
are dry now.
yeah, I would imagine at this point that's not an issue. So a drop leads to a punt now for Snow College.
You set up with matching drag routes right in front and right on the sticks. The play progresses long enough and he gets enough protection that the receiver comes away and finds an open spot. That's a Travis Kelsey special. Then he just drops it.
Low snap, a good boot again here from Summers as the fair catch is called for at the 25-yard line. So the punting has been the highlight for Snow College early, and that's not a good thing. 9:52 to go here in the opening quarter for Lackawanna getting the football back. And again, Cole, only 5-play drive to find the end zone on their opening possession.
But Snow College on the other side has had 2 drives and only 6 plays combined because back-to-back 3 and outs. Even with a penalty helping you out and making it a shorter line to gain, offense hard to come by for Snow College in the early goings here. Now we'll see Lackawanna come out and we'll look to them leaning on this run game again, or if they're going to open up the playbook a little bit.
Yeah, should be a little bit interesting. Junior Kafusi back out. He's missed the last couple weeks. He was our steal man of the game up at up in Harriman, hoping to see some good stuff out of him this afternoon. Or this evening, excuse me. Trip, 2 receivers right side, 1 to the left for Tiberi. Takes the snap. It's a handoff to the back right up the middle. Badgers do a much better job there, but the pile does push, as once again on the carry for Lackawanna is Hassan Aknabi, who caught the touchdown pass. And he gains 5. Was hit pretty close to the line of scrimmage, Cole. Just kept the legs turning.
Good little wham blocking in front of him to get at least out of the backfield, something that, Ashton Janty doesn't have the advantage of at the Raiders offensive line.
Right.
So if you're able to get some push when you start at the line of scrimmage, you can get an easy 5 yards.
Stack sets on either side for the receiver. Tiberi takes the snap, hands off to Aknabi, gets to the outside. Badgers get there in a hurry.
Good chase.
Junior Kafusi making the play for the Snow College defense. What an excellent play. No gain. In fact, a loss of a yard on the play. Brings up 3rd down and 6. So good to have Junior back out there on that edge.
Yeah, immediately disengages from the left tackle and is able to chase and wrap up. Aknabi has had a couple, yards after contact kind of things coming here. He's a tough, down, compact runner, but Kafusi brings him down.
2 receivers right side. They go single near side with a single tight end, single back for Tiberi. Big 3rd down for the Snow defense. Tiberi takes the snap. Badgers bring pressure. Tiberi gets hit as he throws. Has a man wide open, makes the catch. 1st down and then some. 40 and out of bounds at about the 44-yard line. Tiberi got rocked, but the pass was caught. And running out of bounds is Kylie Patterson, the sophomore, moves the sticks. And that's kind of the risk you take when you bring the heat.
Jaden Wright just didn't get his depth there. There was no one in front that he needed to watch, and the slot just got behind him. Tiberi had him earlier in the play if he wanted it, right? And he held on and got a little bit more yardage out of it.
1st down and 10, Tiberi, a handoff up the middle. Badgers get there in a hurry, a slew of Badgers, including Court Moon and number 54 for the Snow College defense. Coming up with that stop there.
Taylor Mayo was in there. Mallow, number 45.
Excuse me, it was 45, not 54. My apologies. Taylor Mallow, in there with the stop there. So a loss of 2 on the play. So best 1st down defensive play so far for Snow College defensively.
Put them behind the sticks and see if they can still rely on this run game to get them going.
See if this has woken up the Badger defensive line a little bit. 2nd down and 12.
Again, this is the Tennessee special.
You have opinions about that Tennessee offense, don't you? Tiberi goes to the outside. It's complete, but the Badgers shed blocks and get the tackle in a hurry over on that far side. Coming up with the play, I believe that was Martin Alessandro makes the tackle for the Badgers as the Badgers will make a couple of subs there.
Just working off the blocking on the perimeter and getting to you. If that stack screen is going to work, you need a seal from your wide receiver to block. And wide receivers, they don't like to block. They like to be playmakers. They like to get the ball in their hands. And so if you can get past it and be more physical, you can catch them in the backfield. 3rd
down and 13 here. Best 3rd down situation the Badgers have had so far in this opening quarter. 7:14 to go. Tiberi in gun, brings a man in motion with trips to the left, takes the shotgun snap, back to pass, pocket holding. Tiberi throws, has a man, and it is intercepted! Taken away by the Badgers!
Late flag.
Very late flag is going to come in here, and this is going to wipe that off, which is unfortunate. Colby Williams with the INT. The flag came extremely late, and yeah, they're going to call pass interference on the Badgers.
It was Colby Williams that kind of threw the receiver out of the way.
It's a good call, but it is a late call, and that's where the frustration is going to come in.
Yeah, you had an official right here on the sideline that should have been looking at it, so what's the back judge doing, waiting and waiting and waiting to see if he'll do it?
Sure. Probably not his call to make, but the flag was thrown, and that's an automatic. That is a backbreaker for this Badger defense that was not only finally going to get off the field, but have great field position and some momentum.
Yeah, and you could tell the back judge waited for the sideline official to make the call. He didn't. Finally, he threw the flag because I imagine the opposite sideline official could have also made that call the way that they were making.
And as we saw that real time, I thought, oh, this is coming. But then there was no flag, so you're thinking, anyway. Tiberi takes the snap. It's a give right up the middle. The Badgers blow it up in a hurry. Shot out of a cannon. The linebacking core, once again, Taylor Mallow was the one to lay the wood on the initial hit. Jaden Wright was in there as well. Mallow just, has come to play on this drive. Only a gain of a yard, 2nd down and 9.
Lackawanna really loves to pull their blockers and get things ahead, but if you can get behind the blockers and just chase them down, if you have the speed in pursuit, pull them down, and it's only a gain of 1. That's a success on defense.
2nd down and 9 from the Badger 45. Falcons driving, 2 receivers left side. Tight formation near Tiberi, takes the snap. It's a hand to the back. He is met again immediately. This run defense has woken up for the Snow College Badgers. A number of guys in there, including Brett King, along with number 92 for Snow College was in there as well. Again, gotten some guys back yet, so the depth chart still needing to be a little bit updated. But the Badgers get another stop, 3rd down and 11 now, a loss of 2 on the play.
5 run plays on this drive, and they're not getting the explosive that they saw in the first one. Snow College already with an early adjustment.
Can the Badgers get off the field here? 3rd down and 11. Ball at the 46-yard line for Tiberi. Goes trips left, single receiver right side. Gets a new call in from the sideline. Badgers show 5 at the line. They'll only bring 4. Tiberi throws far side, a man right at the sticks who makes the snag and will move the chains again for Lackawanna. So the Badgers another 3rd down and long, and they give up the 1st down on the catch from Jamal Jefferson.
Back-breaking, and you had the numbers in coverage for that as well. You just got caught behind, not, whether you're in a deep zone and you didn't have the instincts to pull up, but then you had another, safety right behind you as well to help out, theoretically. Should have been a little bit more aggressive on the cornerback there.
My apologies. That's Christian Harrison who made the catch and got out of bounds for Lackawanna. So they moved the sticks again. This is a time-consuming drive now, Cole. We talked about the opening drive was 5 plays. This has taken some time, and they've got 3 third down conversions now.
Snow showing a little bit of pressure.
Tiberi back to throw. Pocket collapsing. Tiberi now going to become a runner. Rolls out to his left. Throws on the run. Has a man at the 20, 15. Cut back inside the 10 and in for 6. Lackawanna scores. It's Christian Harrison, the sophomore from Temple Hills, Maryland, taking it in for 6. Just got lost out there. Was all by himself. Tiberi, a great throw. The righty rolling to his left.
When the play breaks down, that's when the defense needs to play a little bit more on instinct rather than officially where your zone is. Too many guys start crashing in on the quarterback and afraid of what he's going to do with his legs, and the receiver just gets behind you.
Extra point coming here from Rodriguez with 5:11 to go. Snap's good, hold good, kick on its way, and it is through. So with 5 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in the first quarter, it's number 15 Lackawanna 13, number 13 Snow 0 on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, CentralCom Channel 10, and SnowTV.
Doesn't that sound relaxing? At Risk Managers, we want to help you always feel that relaxed. So when you hear this, or this, or this, you know that you're protected. Peace of mind insurance solutions for individuals and businesses, so that you can always sit back and enjoy your drink.
Could be back on in if you're just joining us. Lackawanna showing some off the offensive fire that their stats certainly tell in the pregame. 14-0 on 2 drives, but this was a much different drive, though, Cole. Several 3rd and longs they had to convert to keep it going.
You don't get to 83 by accident, but this was a more matriculating the ball down the field kind of a drive, and already time of possession not out of the first quarter yet, and they're doubling up on what Snow College has.
A little bit better of a kick from Rodriguez. Villa has to go back and get it at the 5. He slips but stays on his feet, gets to the 10. Now to the 15. A flag comes flying in, and Villa gets dropped at this 18-yard line. Excellent special teams open field tackle by number 29, Ryder Machado. And this flag, I'm not sure. Usually on a return, any penalty is either going to be a face mask or a block in the back. Usually it's a hold. There was certainly no face mask here. So
the way Villa goes sliding afterwards, you wonder if they're trading in the cleats for ice skates. We've already seen a few people fall down. Slick field after all the rain.
Personal foul, illegal blindside block number 27, return team.
So another penalty on Snow College. You already weren't going to have good field position. Now you get a half the distance situation. Badgers will have it, at the 9, the 8-yard line maybe?
They're still walking,
right at the 9, in between the 9 and 10,
10. 3rd penalty already on Snow College to just one of Lackawanna, 4th penalty on Snow College. One of them taking on an interception off the board.
Yeah.
Another here lining up your offense in a must-have-it possession to start on the 9-yard line.
Badgers going with an interesting formation here, a little bit more of a wishbone type thing with a fullback at the hip of Thau. Jack takes the snap, hands off, Rigtrip, stutter steps, looks to get through the hole. Seth does, keeps the pile pushing, and a good run from Seth Rigtrip on first down. It's a gain of 8, and exactly what the Badgers needed to start this drive offensively.
Depending on your perspective, right, modified wishbone, or it's just an offset eye, but out of pistol instead of under center.
Right.
No quarterback wants to be under center nowadays, and so if you want to get the fullback on the field, you put him right at his hip and still have a guy behind you that can run the way the rig trap can run.
Now they go with the split back, and this has been more the tradition when they got the two. Oh, no, now they go. I think they're used to that split back set.
Yeah.
Now go with that offset with a receiver to either side. Thal in gun. Jack takes the snap. Hands off Rigtrup, a messy handoff, but Seth keeps the legs churning, and I don't think he's going to get anything there. Miscommunication. Yeah, miscommunication on the handoff.
But my antennas are up already because that's what you talk about when you were out on your New York trip that resulted in a fumble and resulted in them losing the game, was just knowing which side to run off of and which side the play is going is some of the most simple stuff. That's your install. First week of camp.
So they give him 1 yard, actually. So 3rd and 2 does become 3rd and 1. Got to have this if you're Snow College.
Back-to-back 3 and outs. Can't do it here.
Single tight end to the left with that inverted wishbone. Single receiver to either side for Thal. Jack takes the snap. It's going to be a give to Seth. Seth stutter steps. Looks to get to the outside. Does so and gets the first down. Takes a pop out to the 24, but will keep things going.
While
and
he's
moves
being
the sticks.
ridden down. That's good hard running, and that's how you get your first down of the game. That's hard football.
First downs brought to you by Douglas Dentistry in Ephraim. They should be your first choice in dentistry. Call 258-9001. That's 435-258-9001. Big moment for the Badgers, the way the offense has struggled here early just to get a first down. Keep the chains moving.
Yeah, now the offense can chug on a little bit, right? You started at the 9-yard line. Now you're back into a normal starting field position, but they're keeping the same formation in front of it.
Thal in shotgun. Goes hard, now takes the snap, gives, play fake, dumps it off. No, it's batted at the line of scrimmage, coming up and making a great play. I love when a big man can get his paw on the ball. Khalif Spencer, the sophomore D lineman from Harrington, Delaware, got his paw on the ball.
Miles Peters out of Sandy, though. He had some room in front of him coming out as the tight end because you run 3 times. You set up an expectation, and if it just gets a little bit more height on it, you're able to, you had a first down, you had green grass in front of you as a tight end.
Trips to the left now for the Badgers. Single receiver near side for Thal on 2nd and 10. Gets another free play as Jack is going to load up, going to throw it for the sideline, going up and just overthrows his intended receiver. Over on the far side, that is number 81 for the Snow College Badgers, C.J. Rabb III. I got to know C.J. a little bit. We ended up taking him back, took him back from the airport. There was a situation where he was still up in Salt Lake, so we brought him back down. Good young man out of Bishop Gorman. You know the Vegas area pretty well, too. Yeah, I mean, everyone knows Bishop Gorman, but offside, so the Badgers do pick up 5 there on 2nd and 10, becomes 2nd down and 5 now. As you had Rabb streaking, ball was just overthrown a little bit there, so we do have a much more manageable 2nd down now for the Badgers. They stay with the trips to the left, single receiver right side for Jack Thal, single back at his hip is Rigtrup.
3 down linemen, but showing more.
Back to pass. The pressure comes. He gets rid of it. Rigtrup makes the catch and gets absolutely laid out on the outside. Number 11, I believe, coming up with that. Patrick Bodie Jr., the defensive back out of Monroeville, Pennsylvania, with the drill. Playing like he lived down by the quarry with that rock hit.
Parks and Rec references don't count for an office day.
That was an office reference.
Office. Yeah. Because the quarry, right? Chris
That's where
Pratt is.
Creed's always hanging out by the quarry.
Yeah, there you go. On the gym
the pit is what you're thinking of with.
Different.
Yeah.
That's such the right read. That is exactly. You look into a blitz coming from your left side, 2 guys coming, and so you replace the blitz with your running back going out into the formation. The problem was the play didn't progress long enough to get the cornerbacks back in depth covering the 3 receivers that were over there.
That unsportsmanlike conduct, number 90 on the defense.
Oh, wow.
Bailed
so that
out.
Badgers get bailed out. That is Khalif Spencer, who we called his name a little while ago on that defensive line. Gets it unsportsmanlike. Now, that was an issue in the Tyler game, both sides, Cole. I've never seen that many unsportsmanlikes in one game. And they call it on the guy who made the play. They say not number 90, but number 11. That was Patrick Bodie Jr. Taunting would be my guess. A little bit of a flex after the hit.
And even the NFL has cracked down a little bit on that this season specifically.
1st and 10 from the 20. Now can you get something going offensively if you're Snow College with this gift?
3rd called penalty against Lackawanna, 2nd on this drive.
And that fullback is the tight end. So they've moved that Mason Wake type role. If Remember that from BYU.
Exactly.
Play action. Jack's going to load up, launch it, has a man wide open. It's wrapped. CJ
Go.
makes the catch. 20, 15, 10, and he's brought down at the 6-yard line. Jack Thau to CJ Rabb the third, and the Badgers get a big Douglas Dentistry first down inside the 10.
Now we're stretching out the playbook and we show off what Thau can do, because when you get behind the defense, you get behind specifically. It's number 11 again, Patrick Bodie Jr., after getting the penalty called on him. Going quick.
Handoff Wilson, 5, inside, into the end zone. Matt Wilson capitalizes it for the Badgers, and they make it 14-6 with the PAT pending.
On a drive that started on your own 9, when you have to have it falling down by 2 touchdowns immediately, Snow answered the way that they needed to answer.
Now the Badgers do this interesting PAT thing. They went for their first 2 touchdowns against Army. So it is in the realm of possibility. It's not just a for show thing. If they see something they like, they'll snap it and go for 2. And they don't see what they like there, so they are going to line up and kick the – well, no, they do get in that permission. I thought they were coming all the way. No, they go with the snap. They give to Tapu Soa. He pushes, and he's not going to get there. Lackawanna snuffs it out, so Snow College does not get the 2-point conversion. And so that will leave it a 14-6 game with 1:46 to go in the opening quarter. Number 15 Lackawanna 14, number 13 Snow Sticks. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10, and SnowTV.
Sanpete Steel in Moroni was founded in 1994 and is one of the major steel construction companies in the Intermountain West. Specializing in structural steel fabrication and assembly, Sanpete Steel's impressive portfolio includes the Hales Theater in Sandy and structures on the campuses of the University of Utah, BYU, and UVU. Sanpete Steel in Moroni, where their motto is done right and on time at 685 East Main Street. Call today at 800-261-1026. That's 800-261-1026. Or go to sanpetesteel.com.
Badgers on the board, albeit a missed 2-point conversion. 14-6 Lackawanna. CJ Rabb the third. I talked to him. He's from Vegas, so I asked him, like, oh, you been in a Legion? He's like, I played in there at least 4 times. Said he ran a kickoff back for a touchdown in one of those games.
Yeah, Bishop Gorman plays some high-profile opponents at the high school level.
Well, the wheels were on there. Had his man beat by a couple of yards, and Jack Thau, maybe his best throw of the season, just a beautiful rainbow.
And talk about Allegiant Airlines, the wheels were up. We're flying through the offense. To have Jack Thau throw it with that kind of velocity to get behind the defense, that's what you want. But then going back to the swinging gate on the 2-point try, we've seen that a couple times earlier on in the season. They initially show that they're bringing it in. They only bring it halfway, and then it's a direct snap.
Yeah.
To the up man.
And that's where I think they're 3 or 4 for 4 on the year running it. So, I mean, they found some success with that, but are not able to get it there. And, you know, sometimes you wonder chasing points in certain situations. I'm guaranteeing this is an analytics thing. And now something I can ask Coach on our Coaches Show next week. So there you go.
You got some content material. It ends up being a 7-play, 89, 90, 91-yard drive, depending on where that initial spot was. And that's – it took up some time. We're getting close to the end of the first quarter, but after Lackawanna just ran it down on you that last time out, helps get your offense into some momentum.
Well, how about the offensive line stepping up a little bit more on that drive, too? And, you know, you got bailed out with the 1 penalty, right, the taunting penalty, but it's about taking advantage, right, when you get in those situations, and the Badgers certainly have done that as they found the end zone. Our scoreboard for this evening's broadcast brought to you by Utah Heritage Credit Union, UHCU for auto, ATV mortgage, and new home construction loans. Go see our good friend Greg Sterner for a loan today or any of your financial needs. As Summers approaches, gives this a good boot, and a field at the 16-yard line. Badgers get there in a hurry and clean up on special teams. Excellent open field special teams tackles at 36, I believe, Cole, coming up with that play for the Snow College Badgers. That's Cannon Boswell, the sophomore running back, a local kid from just over at Salina, about a half hour south of here. So Cannon, shot out of a cannon, comes up and makes the play. First down and 10 now for Lackawanna. So now your defense was a little bit better on that last drive, Cole. Got them into some 3rd and longs. It's now about finishing these kind of drives defensively if you're Snow's defense. Yeah,
and although the tackle was flashy because the kick was so high and short, it's still positive field position. You're starting in front of the 20, right, on the 22, 23-yard line, it looks like.
Trips to the left side, single receiver near side for Jacob Tabiri takes the snap. It's a draw play up the middle. A little bit of room to the outside. Running back's got some space. Gets second level and gets out of bounds at the 35-yard line. An excellent run from Hassab Aknabi, who's been the main ball carrier in the early stages of this game for Lackawanna.
Again, the offensive linemen are able to pull and get to that second block so quickly. And if Snow isn't crowding the box with their very talented linebackers, then they're getting to the second level on this offense.
Two receivers right side with the tight end. Single receiver near side for Tabiri. Claps the hands, takes the snap, handoff to the back, right up the middle. Badgers get there in a hurry. Kafusi in there along with Tayson Reed. And number 54 coming up with that play as well for Snow College.
That's more of what you expect out of the Snow defense. And what we've seen more times than not, that's Kafusi just working off of a block. He's had number 77 for Lackawanna just kind of in a blender. Mercado out of Buffalo, New York.
Saleh Kanuka Williams, the redshirt sophomore from Buckeye, Arizona, in on that tackle as well for Snow College. So 2nd down and 12 for Lackawanna here. The snap to Tabiri, back to pass, pocket holds well. Tabiri's going to load up, has a man over the middle. Flag comes flying in. The catch is made at the 25, now to the 20. Spins at the 15-yard line. An excellent catch and run from Lackawanna's Kylie Patterson. And the way that this comes in, now we got rain falling. There is rain falling here in Ephraim, so the rain is returned. We're hoping lightning doesn't return.
Field is not getting any more slicker. That pocket held a long time, and the flag comes in, looks like holding on a different pass target. Yep.
So Badgers giving up a big play net again. That leaves Lackawanna 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line. All day for Jacob Tabiri to throw, and then Kylie Patterson had just a step of separation on TJ Hudson, the safety. So now we'll see Lackawanna has not really had a red zone situation yet in this game. Scored off a couple big plays, so see how they operate here outside the 5-yard line. I mean, they had a red zone opportunity, but, with a little bit more space. Tabiri takes the snap. It's going to be a handoff right up the middle and nowhere to go. The Badgers convene again on Aknabi. Coming up with the play for the Badgers, number 90, Caleb Miller.
He had a seal on the right side, and they line up one of these. They had two tight ends on the right side and one a little bit of a sniffer, right? Whenever you hear broadcasters talk about that in the NFL or otherwise, the tight end is almost in the backfield, but he's kind of like sniffing the butt of the right tackle or left tackle. Wherever you have it, you're just right on the line and right behind it so that you can get out of the backfield, but not with as much depth.
That will end quarter number 1. After one quarter of play, it's number 15, Lackawanna 14, number 13, Snow 6 on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Central Comp Channel 10, and SnowTV.
I thought there was only one way to do college. I knew I needed training to set me up for a great career, but I didn't have 4 years. Snow helped me discover that college doesn't have to be about sitting in classes, counting down the hours. They showed me a way to get the edge I needed, and fast. The best part was with their low-cost programs and tuition assistance, I didn't have to go into debt. I was able to earn my certificate and start working right away. Snow College. This is college.
If you've ever ridden an ATV, you know how much fun they are. They're helpful for small jobs, too. Our credit union is your first stop for an ATV loan. Since we're member-owned and not-for-profit, it's a smart stop to make.
Utah Heritage Credit Union, your local credit union. Federally insured by NCUA. Online at utahheritagecu.org.
Welcome back on in as the end of one quarter of play. Lackawanna 14, Snow College 6. Cole, early thoughts after one quarter?
Lackawanna can move with ease on offense. It's rough going for Snow College so far, where sometimes you'll bottle up the run game, but not a lot of pass rush, right? The edges are doing a good job run containing, but they got to get after Tabiri a little bit better to just shorten his internal clock on these long passes they're developing down the field.
New running back in for Lackawanna. That's number 28 in the backfield, Riley Guiffer, the running back from Brooklyn, New York. Single receiver to either side for Tabiri here. Takes the snap, Badgers trying to get a little pressure here. Tiberi throws for the end zone, has a man there, makes a one-handed dive and nearly hauls it in, but it falls incomplete. Barely got some separation on the last second. I thought that was going to be overthrown and made a diving attempt, nearly hauled it in.
Talk about leading a wide receiver. Tiberi makes the best throw that he could possibly make. And sometimes they're just harder catches. And we're still playing as the rain has stopped for just a moment, but wet footballs in a wet field to slide around on. It's not the best conditions to try to make that kind of a catch.
So 3rd down and 9. Lackawanna can get a first down. What calls that? The 5 to 6 yard line they'll need to get for a first down here. So
3rd and 9.
Tiberi in shotgun, brings a man in motion. It's going to be a
Fake the
handoff
jet.
up the middle. Good run from the back falling forward. Not going to be enough for the first down. You wondered, you have 2 plays called there based on the call. Riley Guafer, the running back, takes it forward and down inside of the 10 to the 9-yard line.
Offense ain't going anywhere.
And now here comes the special teams, so they're going to take the points, is Lackawanna, which is fascinating because usually when you see a 3rd and long like that, you're that deep in territory, you're not playing it safe to kick the field goal usually.
That particular play call, you'd imagine that
they have 2 called,
up.
yeah.
But then you take the field goal, and, this far into field goal range, that makes sense, but why not go to the end zone there on 3rd down?
Rodriguez to kick. Badgers trying to get after this. The kick is on its way, and it is through for 3. So let's see, that ends up being, a 27-yard field goal, 26-yard field goal from Rodriguez. So with 14:10 to go in the 3rd quarter, it's Lackawanna 17, Snow 6 on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, CentralCom Channel 10 and SnowTV.
For over 70 years, Cache Valley Bank has been a part of Utah's financial landscape with 23 branches across the state of Utah. Cache Valley Bank isn't just a bank. We're neighbors, partners, and your financial advisors.
Committed to building stronger communities one transaction at a time with secure and reliable solutions, whether it's buying a home, expanding your business, or simply managing your day-to-day finances.
Visit any of our locations in Ephraim, Mount Pleasant, Fairview, or Nephi. Cache Valley Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
Welcome back on in. Badgers bend but do not break on that drive. Only give up a field goal to Lackawanna. Now trail it by 11, so a short 2-score game, if you will, Cole.
But at the quarter break, Lackawanna is outgaining Snow College by over 100 yards, and that didn't slow down there as they're able to put 3 more through, and they lead by more than 10 points because of your missed 2-point try.
See what the Badgers can do to answer that now. Your defense was clearly the best defensive possession, only giving up the 3 points. Now can your offense get back out and match that? Rodriguez approaches his best kick of the night, and Villa fields it at the 10-yard line. Takes it up to the 15-20. Running right side with it, Kazon Villa. Turns the corner, has some space. Villa with 1 man to beat. It's the kicker, and he gets absolutely rocked by Rodriguez. Going Pat McAfee out there on the hit. My goodness, and now a flag's going to come in. Likely a sideline warning, if not more taunting from Lackawanna.
Because the whole sideline comes off to celebrate when your kicker, your 6'3", 205 kicker, by the way, makes that kind of a stop. I think Villa thought that he'd just be able to give him one sidestep and go, but just because it's a kicker, he's wearing a big man's number, and he also looks like a big man out there.
And that was not Villa. My apologies. That is Williams. Colby Williams, who had the interception that got taken off the board.
That's shocking, right? Because the whole sideline came off and into the field of play.
And that's a warning on the first call, right? You don't get a penalty for that. It's a warning. Say, hey, keep your guys back.
But normally
Second
the ref
time,
will
it's a penalty.
tell us that it's a sideline warning. We haven't even tallied that up.
Yeah, they don't count that as a sideline warning. So.
All right.
And maybe they thought it was a target or something. There's no way that was a target. That was just a good, solid hit by the kicker. So 1st down and 10 now for the Badgers. Best field position easily they've had in Falcon territory at the 48-yard line. Thau in shotgun. The tight end at his hip takes the snap. It's a give to Wilson. Matt stutter steps forward, pushes forward, keeps the legs churning. Great run here from Matt Wilson, who just scored the touchdown for the Badgers. Got met at the line, pushed forward for 5.
Just push the pile and keep the legs churning. And it ended up where the couple Lackawanna players that are coming at you are behind you. That's not the most ideal way to make a tackle, is coming from behind you. You got to have a lot of strength to be able to pull a man.
That was a Matt Payne layout. If for BYU fans of the early 2000s know what I'm talking about with Matt Payne as a kicker who can hit. Thau in shotgun takes the snap. Play action, throws on a slant route to DeBow, and it's a little off on the timing route, and a flag's going to come in here. Oh, and DeBow is down. Oh, no. Freddie DeBow is down. And now he's going to get up, which is a good sign because for initial it didn't look like he was moving, but got absolutely rocked.
The hit looked like it avoided the head area, but it was definitely a defenseless receiver up and out of his body. RPO action set it up, and so the throw came in just a little bit late. DeBow had to reach back for it. Two fouls
flags
came in.
And they're discussing this now, and this could be for the same thing, or they could be clearing up, was there a second foul on this kind of play?
Wasn't a lot happening other than the big hit on DeBow. Unless on the RPO. Now, in the college, you have a lot of leeway with your offensive line getting up.
Right. See what the call is.
Probably not an eligible man.
See what the call is here from the officials.
So far, 4 accepted penalties against Snow, 3 against Lackawanna, now a 4th.
Defense, number 21. That's a 15-yard penalty out of that first down. Number 21 is disqualified.
So we do not have review here at Snow College, so they are not able to go review if this is targeting. So Jordan Dowdy, the defensive back from Odenton, Maryland, unfortunately his game is over for Lackawanna. The good news for the Badgers, you get the 15 yards and deeper into Falcon territory.
Yeah, you could tell even afterwards, number 21 was rubbing his head a little bit. So it's not so much that he made contact with DeBow's head. He was leading with his helmet to try to break up a play, and there's just better football ways to do that.
Badgers go with the same formation, tight end at the hip of Thal, handoff Wilson. Matt spins out of it, and Lackawanna was just there right from the get-go. They might even give Matt a yard on that play. Number 68 coming up in that with Lackawanna. That is Daijira Weeks, the D lineman from Scranton, PA. No gain on the play, and that will bring up second down. Badgers will sub some personnel here. Again, kind of going with that run-heavy style offense. Badgers now go with their 2 stacked receivers to either side. Single back is Rigtrip back in with Jack Thau. Jack takes the snap, back to pass. Pressure comes. Jack steps up in the pocket, going to become a runner. Jack takes off to his left, takes a hit low at the knees, but gets a good gain on second down and 10. We'll bring up third down and about 4. Good gain of 6 from Jack. And that was a part of his game at Army that we hadn't seen until the Army game. Proved he was capable as a runner. And doesn't need to be Lamar Jackson, but maybe more in that, Aaron Rodgers type. Hey, I can run when I need to. Let me rephrase that. 2010's Aaron Rodgers.
Hey, if you're being compared to 2010's Aaron Rodgers about anything in your game, you're doing well as a player.
Several MVPs, right?
When the pocket collapses behind you, right, your edges come off so fast you can just move up, and that's an opportunity.
Blitz comes. Thau escapes. Is just going to fire for the sideline, and luckily that's out of bounds because, boy, that gets dangerous. But the blitz came. Coming off the edge, Micah Brown has had an excellent game defensively for Lackawanna.
And again, the pocket collapses immediately, but he's able to spin out and looking into a defender, puts it well out of reach and past the line of scrimmage, avoids, the intentional grounding. That's a fantastic play by Thau just to get it away.
So for Snow College, they're going to take points.
And preserve a decent field goal attempt.
This will still get it back to a one-possession game. On to attempt for the Badgers, number 83, Joseph Brandt, the freshman from Lehigh.
40-yard attempt.
Played at Skyridge High School. Kicks on its way, and it is through for 3. So with 11:55 to go in quarter number 2, it's number 15 Lackawanna 17, number 13 Snow 9 on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10, and SnowTV.
So you're all moved in. How's your new roomie?
Oh, she's cool. She's also a biology major.
Oh, that's great. You guys can help each other stay on top of homework.
I just hope the classes aren't hard. I'm kind of scared based on what I've heard.
You'll do great, I'm sure. We're proud of you.
Aww.
You ready to go?
Who's that?
Gotta go, Mom. Have a dorm meeting in 2 minutes. Love you.
Hello? Hello? Who was that?
Centricom Fiber, because you don't just need internet, you need good internet.
$11:55 to go before halftime. Badgers do get some points, so they answer Lackawanna's field goal with one of their own, a 40-yarder from Joseph Brand. Gets it back to a long single possession.
Yeah, you got to get the 2-point conversion if you want to make it a single possession on your next one. But you convert your best starting field position of the night at least into some points, even though you got stalled out.
So Brandt will attempt on the kickoff from the 35. And did Lackawanna have too many guys out on the field? I think they did. they're going to call the timeout. It's a Central Valley Medical Center timeout. We'll take it on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10, and SnowTV.
The Snow College campus store has something for every member of the family to show their Badger pride. They have hoodies, mugs, car stickers, and more. Online students and parents can get in on the fun too, because now the campus store is online at store.snow.edu. Go there now for all of your Snow College apparel needs. Visit store.snow.edu. That's store.snow.edu.
Welcome back on in. Pretty rare you have to see a coach take a timeout on a kickoff situation, but that was the case for Lackawanna, so they spend their first Central Valley Medical Center timeout. Brand approaches in this, the best kick from either side tonight. The fair catch called for inside the 5, and that'll bring it out to the 25-yard line.
Yeah, it looks like he second-guessed himself when he threw that hand up late. But yeah, college has that additional rule you can call for fair catch inside the 10?
I think it's just inside the 20.
20?
Yeah.
Fair catch called. Ball placed at the 25-yard line.
Yeah, so it counts as a touchback essentially, right? Because special teams coordinators were getting smart and telling their kickers kick it higher and not into the end zone, because that allows our special teamers to get down and make a play. So in this case, they changed the rule on that. Now, it's good to know the kickoff rules. Let's just ask the Arizona Cardinals about that on Thursday night. Yeah. It's good to know the kickoff rules. We'll leave it at that.
It's all right. The Steelers have been victimized a little bit by it as well this year.
Yeah. And this is the second year with those rules. That's the problem. If it was year one, I'd get it. But we've been doing this for over a year now.
Because it's the second year, now we're starting to see the divide between teams that are really good at it and the teams that are still figuring it out.
Tabiri back to throw, gets hit as he does. The ball's underthrown, and had Williams turned around, might have had a chance at the pick, as Christian Harrison was the intended target. Badger defense got in a little bit quicker there.
Yeah, that's where you want one of your safeties to yell at you, ball, so you can turn around and make the play. Williams has the hands we've already seen today.
Yeah.
Able
had
to
a great
make an
kick return and then a dive. And that pick that got taken away was an impressive.
Kept it in the hands. Yeah.
Turning, winding pick. So, second down and 10.
This is Lackawanna's fourth offensive possession of the game. They've scored on their 3 previous, and all have started back deep in their own territory.
Tabiri back to pass on second down. Pumps. Now goes far side. Badgers force, you can't push a guy out of bounds. You can use the sideline as a defender, but when you push him into the sideline, it's just not going to happen. Penalty again on the Badgers secondary.
He wasn't going to catch up to the Tabiri put so much air under that ball. Just run with him. And you can so that kind of frustration doesn't normally come out from the wide receiver unless he's been hands on him a lot during the game. This isn't the first time I think those two have gotten in on it.
Defensive coordinator Mark Wilson is begging for an uncatchable ball. They're saying there was no way that was even going to be in the realm of catching.
The problem is when it's this just unscrupulous throwing him out of bounds.
It's an easy call to make.
You still kind of want to see the call just to de-incentivize the DB from doing that so much. Yet it was probably borderline uncatchable, but don't throw a guy out of bounds if it's going to be uncatchable.
Right. Well, and that usually ends up more of a defensive hold, right, versus a pass interference. This was pass interference, and it will move the sticks up to the 40 for Lackawanna.
Second DPI called on Snow. The other one got rid of an interception, as we were just talking about.
2 receivers near side, single receiver to the right for Tabiri. Single back, takes the snap. Badgers bring 4. Tabiri pocket holds, throws another just an underthrown ball. A little miscommunication, looking like Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. out there on that miscommunication. Just an underthrown football. The receiver kept running.
That's Victor Holt, number 3, that's still working on number 7 for Snow College.
Jaden Robertson.
Jaden Robinson. They're still fighting a little bit down the sideline. That time Tiberi was expecting a comebacker, and Holt did not come back.
Good to have Robertson back. We saw how dynamic he was against the Islanders with that punt return. He's been out a couple weeks. They're happy he's back out there in the secondary. Tabiri, handoff right up the middle. Badgers stuff in a hurry. Jaden Wright got there. The back was just following his offensive line, but the problem was they weren't going anywhere as Aknabi only gains 2 yards. Jaden Wright saw he was vulnerable and just came in and made the hit.
Yeah, it's tough to make any kind of push against this stout Snow front. And so when you're the linebacker, Jason Wright, you can just come behind all of the blockers and pull them down.
Hayden Mygale, one of the guys plugging up that hole for Snow College. And Mugale's done a nice job this season. So tight formation here, only a single receiver out wide. They got a trips diamond formation set. Now send a man out wide. Tabiri takes the snap. It's a design roll to the right. Has pressure immediately, and the Badgers get the stop, getting the big paws up. Sa'ale Kanuka Williams bats it down. Forces the first punt of the game for the Falcons.
That's just some one-on-one and getting the hops to climb the ladder out of that, edge rush linebacker hybrid kind of position. Proves that he's the athlete to be able to get up there and stop on third down. Down marker is still listing.
There we go. Now it's 4. So back for good news. Freddie DeBoe's back to receive the punt. Badgers get in. This is not a good kick. It is high. It's going to take a bounce back near midfield, and the Badgers are going to have excellent field position again at the 40, their own 49, Cole. So the winds have taken place a little bit, and we're not even 5 minutes in to quarter number 2.
Yeah, just this last drive that ended in a field goal, they started in Lackawanna territory on the 48, now starting right around that 50 again, just on your side on the 49. Hopefully you can use this kind of momentum to spark your offense that has not been running the most smoothly that we've seen this season.
Really, they've won tonight. They've had one big play down the field, the pass to C.J. Rabb, and then they capitalized on it and got in the end zone, but yet to see a super consistent drive from this Badger offense.
Yeah, like the one that Lackawanna put together on their first 2 drives of the game.
2 receivers far side, single receiver near side for Thau. Oh, no, they're going to go Wildcat here. It's Rigtrup who takes a direct snap, stutter step. Follows that lead block to the right side. Rigtrup, second level, 40, 35. He's brought down at the 34-yard line. An excellent lead block by Gabe Ofisa, the sophomore offensive lineman. Beautifully done running the Wildcat as Thau comes back in.
And good patience, too, to just let your blocks develop, let the lineman work up to the second level, and then that one block was able to knock about 3 different Lackawanna guys out of the play. You get one jump step.
Gabe Ofisa, an early candidate for a Sam Pete Steel man of the game with that block. Thau now in gun. Gets another free play there. And now, I was going to say, usually when there's contact made like that, you got to blow it dead. The Badgers wish that was not the case, obviously. But, yeah. And that's been an issue for Lackawanna. Aside from that, they've been fairly disciplined tonight. But this is their 3rd offside that they've got on the defensive line.
Yeah, the officials they call it an offsides. It's encroachment whenever you touch the other guy, and that's when the play gets whistled dead. Offsides, you normally get a shot at that free play, which it's not the first time we've compared Thau to Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers was the best that we've ever seen about taking advantage of free plays.
1st and 5 now for the Badgers. They go 2 receivers to either side. Single back is Rigtrup with Thau. Jack in shotgun. Blitz looks to come. Play fake, and Thau has nowhere to go, and he gets brought down on 1st and 5 for a loss of 6, maybe 7. The ball came out, but the ground did cause that. In on the play, Khalif Spencer has been really good on that defensive line this evening for Lackawanna. Real impressed with him.
You ran that play starting at the 29 of Lackawanna, and you've only ran one actual play so far in this drive. And so things were moving, things were easy. Now all of a sudden another just miscommunication between the running back and the quarterback on the exchange.
So a loss of 6, so 2nd and 11. The good news, it was 1st and 5. So still manageable here on 2nd down. Trips to the right side, single receiver near side. Blitz looks to come again. Badgers pick it up better. Thau stands in the pocket, throws a dart over the middle, and it's poked out. Stephon Sellers had it for a moment. Coming up with the PBU, Amaj Walker stuck his paw in there, broke it free. Will bring up 3rd down.
From York, PA. That's around where Lancaster is. That's where the Amish folk are.
Oh, good to know. So you're saying Schrute Farms might be in that general area.
That is where they drew much of the inspiration for Dwight and his brothers.
So 3rd and 11 here for the Badgers. They're going to go with the stack set on either side with a single back for Jack Thau. 9:09 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Badgers looking to try and tie this thing up with a score and a 2-point conversion. 3rd and 11. Thau takes the snap. Good block from Rigtrup. Jack steps up, fires a dart, has a man complete. 20-yard line. Stays on his feet. Gets to the 15 before being absolutely leveled, but holding on to the football. Who else? C.J. Rabb III has been the shot in the arm this offense needs. Moves the sticks again for the Badgers. Another Douglas Dentistry first down.
The linebacker in coverage just loses his positioning. We were a little bit worried coming out in that stacks formation. You don't want to call a screen from that deep. 3rd and 11.
Victor Holt with an impressive picked him up and threw him down essentially.
A pile driver at the end.
2 receivers
Holt
right.
Playing both ways and a lot of motion before the snap actually goes off.
This might be on the Badgers here.
Yeah.
The way
the right side of the offensive line was going, snap count just wasn't quite there when it's not your traditional quarterback calling it. Yep.
Oh, there you go. And everyone but the center. Yeah. You know, I like when an official has a little bit of humor when it comes to that, right?
First down and 15, though, not the time to laugh for Snow College.
Sure.
You're getting into the red zone. You just got booted out by your own mistake.
2 receivers right side, single receiver near side with a tight end for Thal. Rigtrup is the back at his hip.
Yeah, they have that sniffer tight end that's not actually in a proper F formation, but he's in the backfield.
Blitz comes from Lackawanna. Rigtrup stays on his feet, but is only going to get 2 yards before being brought down. 2nd down coming up. Badgers have had the ball for a hot minute here.
You try to run your tight end in the backfield to be your puller and block ahead. He was just sealing off anyone coming off the backside of the blitz. No one ended up coming. Lackawanna sent up the middle, and they snuffed it out.
2nd down and 14 for the Badger offense. 2 receivers near side, single receiver to the right for Thal. Brings Paiva in motion. It's going to be the fake counter. Plenty of time for Thal. Has a man wide open. It's his tight end, Peters, who hauls it in for 6. The trickery leads to the Badger score. Jack Thal to his tight end, Miles Peters, the freshman out of Sandy with the TD.
Misdirection works to perfection as he had 2 open wide receivers, possibly 3 opportunities to get that into the end zone. And he picks the most open one, and it goes for 6. Hopefully more now as we see if they come out in the swinging gator, if it's just a conventional offense to try the 2, and it looks like Thal's out there.
Yeah, they're going to be honest about this one and just go for 2, try and tie this up. Here with 7:48 to go. Beautiful play design. That was giving Aaron Roderick vibes with kind of the fake jet sweep and then the fake reverse. And the tight end leaks out. Miles Peters hauls it in for 6.
And that's defense is just playing reactionary that whole time. They're trying to watch and see where everything's going. And
Badgers have to spend a timeout on the 2-point conversion. You don't love that. We'll take the timeout on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10 and SnowTV.
CO Building Systems in Ephraim manufactures a complete line of pre-engineered metal buildings of all sizes. Plus, they are your headquarters for custom metal roof and wall panels for your home or business, including all trim and accessories. All of their roof and wall panels are available in several gauges and over 20 different colors. For a free cost estimate or more information, contact CO Building Systems in Ephraim. 800-262-5347. That's 800-262-5347. Online at cobuildings.com.
Well, Cole, you don't love to take a timeout when you're in this when you're going for 2. It is the first half. Badgers hadn't burned one yet in the ball game, so you want to get this play call in right. The clock was winding down, but going back to that play, just beautifully executed offense from Jack Thal. The fake to Paiva, the fake
play action
pitch
here, and then fake reverse on the other side. Pulls up, and I thought he was going to be targeting on the right side because as Paiva came around, going from left to right in the formation, it opened up single coverage, and his receiver had a step on that right side, had an even more open man on the left.
So Badgers will go for 2 here. Split back set, single receiver to either side with 1 tight end for Thal. Sends Tapusoa out in motion. Jack's just going to keep it off that right side. Dives in. No signal.
Yeah.
He's in for 2. And the Badgers tie it up at 17. 7:44 to go in quarter number 2. Numbers 13 Snow 17. Number 15 Lackawanna County 17. On the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10 and SnowTV.
As a urologist, my job includes treating kidney stones, diagnosing, treating prostate cancer, and other disorders of the urinary system. Here at CVMC, specialists and primary care physicians all work very closely together.
As a family physician, being able to have continuity of care and direct relationships with our specialists is something we're very fortunate to have here.
I'm Dr. David Sewell, board-certified urologist. I'm proud to provide state-of-the-art care here at Central Valley Medical Center.
Welcome back on in. Badgers storm back. They were down. Cole 14-0. Have now tied it at 17 apiece. The offense has woken up. And an excellent play calling from Coach Zach Erickson.
You cap off a 51-yard drive with a touchdown and the 2-point conversion. Just fantastic down blocking. And then when Thau comes out in QB power, makes a man miss, doesn't even need the extra block from his running back that's theoretically lead blocking for you. Takes one stutter step and gets the dive into the end zone.
Kick here from Joseph Brandt is high, muffed,
bobbled,
and there's a ball on the floor. The Badgers get back, and they'll have it inside the 5. The special teams play of the Badgers coming up big. Jaden Wright, the first man to hit him. The muff, the stumble, and now Lackawanna's going to have to go 95-ish yards if they want to get 6 again.
Lackawanna's drives have started on their own 32, 25, 22, 25. And now they're by far the worst starting field position of the game, back on their own 5. And now we're on safety watch, which Snow College in the first game that we called against the Utah Islanders had a similar situation where you were pushed back in there. We'd read a stat on that day where it had been a few years since they'd had a safety. They had it earlier this year, and we saw it.
So it'll be 1st and 10 from the 5 from lack of forward progress. Now the return man got driven back to the 3, but as any football fan knows, forward progress is going to keep it there at the 5. So busy day of college football in the state of Utah. BYU and Colorado about to kick off. Utah got a bounce back at West Virginia. Over in Morgantown. West Virginia comes to BYU next Friday. And then Utah State hung with Vanderbilt. Who, in the past, you think you're hanging with Vanderbilt. Now we got a delay of game. Wow. So that's a half the distance. Wow. So not how you want to start it, especially on the first play of the drive, Cole.
Snow College was experienced with that with their first play of of their offense as well. 2.5-yard variety, not the most drive killing, but in this area, getting to the 5 is a lot of breathing room, and you don't have that even.
Tabiri takes the snap. It's a handoff up the middle. Badgers get there in a hurry. He's going to get maybe back to the original, not even to the original line. Well, okay, the original line of the snap, but not the original 1st and 10. Gets 2 yards on a yard on 1st and 12. Will bring up 2nd and 11.
This was, you talk about just around the world of college football today. This was the one where you circle and don't want to fall wedding on because you have Alabama and Georgia and you have Penn State and Oregon. Just a fantastic day of football all around.
Yeah, Oregon's kind of taken advantage of in the second half. It was 6-3 at halftime. It's now 17 or 3-3 at halftime. It's now 17-3. So 2nd down and 11 here. Tabiri takes the snap back to pass on 2nd down. Quick dart. It's low and incomplete. So the Badgers force 3rd and 11 now with Lackawanna backed up.
And we saw Lackawanna punting issues.
Flag comes in here now, well after the play. This is going to be fascinating to kind of see how this turns out. No idea what this was about.
Got your fingers crossed that it's not some kind of taunting just by the Snow College guy getting up.
Wow, Badgers have been doing a better job of taking advantage of some of the mistakes of Lackawanna. So it's a half the distance to the goal, not the normal 15, but still, instead of 3rd and 11, we now got, 3rd and 13? Somehow an unsportsmanlike penalty only counts for 2 yards. So
second unsportsmanlike called on Lackawanna, and then you had a targeting on top of that. It started off where Snow had been the more undisciplined team, and that has changed here in the second quarter, where now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 called penalties against Lackawanna College.
3rd down and 13 for this Badger defense. Crowd making some noise here at Terry Foote Stadium. Snap to Tabiri, back to pass, standing in his end zone. A flag does fly. The ball's high and nearly intercepted. Oh, Jaden Wright would love that one back.
I think there was a man moving at the snap. This is going to be some kind of procedural on Lackawanna.
And my apologies, that was Tenny Worthen who most came up with the INT. So now, yeah, let's see what because this was thrown. You mentioned at the snap, but they can't.
Yep, illegal shift.
Yeah, and you decline that clearly. So 4th down, the Badger defense has turned this thing around here in the second quarter. As the punt unit comes out, and I'd imagine, Cole, there's going to be some heat brought here with them backed this far up.
So this is what I was mentioning before. The last penalty that was assessed is the last time we saw the punter from Lackawanna, it was a little bit of a duck that went straight up. So now without your normal run-up.
Snap's good, has time. Better kick. Badger's still going to have good position as DeBow catches it at the 33. Stutter steps at the 30. Follows a lead blocker to the 25. Holds onto the ball and is down at the 24. So the Badgers are cooking.
What you want.
And in great field position.
Take advantage of a 3-and-out where you've pinned them back in their own territory and now get out on offense with your best field position of the game.
Absolute wild turn of events. The way momentum's a funny thing, right? It's a very fickle thing in the game of football, but that has certainly been the case. So Lackawanna comes out firing on all cylinders, score 2 quick touchdowns. So the Badgers get the sideline warning, which is kind of fascinating. So that's the first one, so no harm on that, but it does get marked, and the next one will be a penalty. I have never seen it called twice, Cole. The warning happens, and then the coaches clean it. The sideline gets cleaned up, and you don't have to worry about it. So 1st and 10 for the Badgers inside the 25 at the 24-yard line for this offense.
Is that an extra offensive lineman, or is that just a really big tight end?
It is a big tight end.
Okay.
That is number 19, Kaimi Fengupo, 6'4", 250 out of Bingham High School.
That's some Darnell Washington size at your tight end.
Rigtrup bounces outside, gets caught up, and ultimately gets brought down, is going to lose a yard or 2 on the play. And
Jaden Robertson is your running back, number 7.
Whoa. We got all kinds of flags coming in now. Oh, boy, this is really interesting now because we talked about Snow's been the more disciplined team. These flags came in. It looked to me that it was an own guy being shoved, but now they're saying potentially one guy got pushed into another guy, and then you kind of had dominoes, if you will, falling across.
And the stands outside our booth, you had fans agreeing with you, certainly.
And that's what
we'll
Coach Erickson's calling.
The officials can talk with each other and pick this up, but
so Coach Erickson's pleading his case.
And he's pleading it with the wrong guy because the real conversation's happening over there with the white hat. But yeah, Coach Erickson not letting up.
Okay.
That works.
And that makes a little more sense.
Unnecessary roughness, number 52. We have unsportsmanlike conduct, number 9 on the defense. Those are going to cancel each other.
Makes sense.
So that's a third unsportsmanlike on Lackawanna, and those do add up if you keep track of who they're getting called on.
It's like a technical in basketball. You get 2, you're automatically gone.
Right.
So,
and because they offset, they still are assessed, right? It's not like they're declined and so they don't count. And so they didn't announce who it was on, but it will count towards, like you say, that second one becomes a disqualification.
Yeah. And the play counts, they were both dead ball fouls, so the play does count, and that will bring up 2nd down. And it was a loss on the play for Rigtrup.
The front of Rigtrup's jersey is really bunched up, and it's the back that you can see clearly that number 4. So.
Yeah. Because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, is that a 7? But I know I've called enough games at this point. I know who Seth is, right? Yeah. And Jaden Robertson is, in the secondary. So this has taken a minute to sort out, and I'm not sure why.
Play clock hasn't started rolling either, so no harm, no foul for Snow to just take their time.
Yeah.
Rigtrup even comes over to the sideline and gets some coaching and words.
2nd down and 12 should be the call here. I'm not sure why
this
is taking so long. Maybe they're trying to see if this is a guy. They're trying to keep track of who had the number of personal fouls, right? The number of.
Yeah, and we do see all officials having a conference here right in front of the Snow College sideline, right where Coach Erickson was giving them a little bit of words.
You call a conference room meeting at this point. This is taking a minute to get sorted out.
So when you get back to the game, 2nd down and 12 is upcoming, and you were just bottled up on a run, but that run has been working for you. Still 6:15 before halftime is plenty of time to have this drive and a couple more before you get to half, and you've brought it back to a tie game. When the momentum was going so well towards your side, this is one of those just halts in the game.
Yes.
You can feel like it's hard to get the momentum back. Yeah, 2nd down.
Thank you, sir. You look back, you think the most momentum killing game I've ever seen. Don't remember the Super Bowl number, but it was in 2013, Niners and Ravens when the lights went out.
The lights went out in.
Allowed San Francisco to get back in that game. Yeah. Was that in the Superdome?
I was just
trying to remember where that was.
I
watched
lights going
it.
out in Georgia would have been a joke. Yeah, I
remember
very
that.
aware of
The jokes
game.
were that because that was the season Alex Smith was benched for Colin Kaepernick. The jokes were that Alex was bitter, pulled the plug at halftime, which obviously did not happen. But yeah, kind of fascinating. So
Kaepernick had a heck of a. That was that year where Kaepernick in the division, it was wild card divisional round, ran all over the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah. Because I believe the year before that was that Niners Saints duel between Drew Brees and Alex Smith that was spectacular. 2nd down and 12. This ref's got some attitude. I kind of like said you're welcome. There you go. So 2nd down and 12 for the Badger offense, and the clock's wound.
The clock is going now, and
Badgers break the huddle at 8 seconds.
The official just now waved his arm with 9 seconds on the play clock. You got to snap this.
Thou does get it snapped off, gives Tapusoa. Tapusoa met immediately and driven, but keeps the legs turning, maybe gets a yard on the play. Coming up with that for Lackawanna, Brody Darty, the linebacker from Manheim, Pennsylvania, with the tackle.
Now we're back into football, and unfortunately, Tapusoa, big guy, has been brought down by a herd of Lackawanna players. Each time he's had an opportunity, it was Tapusoa that had the opportunity on the 2-point conversion earlier that was no good.
3rd down and 12. No gain from Tapusoa. Badgers go trips near side. Single receiver to the right with a single back at Thau's hip. Jack takes the snap. Play action. Pocket holds. Thau steps up. Going to take a shot at the end zone. There's a lot of white jerseys there. And fortunate, it was an overthrow. Paiva was the intended receiver. And now a flag comes in at the very end.
DeBose was trying to make a double move and head back to the corner.
I'm not sure what this is about now, as a flag came in very, very late. The officials having a conversation with most of Snow College's offensive line, and the game is all but halted at this point.
5:18 on the clock.
I feel like we've been between 5 and 6 minutes for a good half hour now. Update in BYU Colorado, the Buffs score on their opening drive. So a BYU defense that had allowed 1 touchdown in 12 quarters.
Half the play's over. Dead ball, personal foul, number 51.
Oh, boy.
Down counts, it's a 15-yard penalty.
So the Badgers pick up that fully takes you out of field goal range now, I would expect, if you're snapping from the 41. Punt unit does come out. Wow, that's a big blow for Snow College, getting a penalty like that at that time. You were right there in Brandt's range. Now you have no choice but to punt it.
The drive started on the Lackawanna 23, and we know that because that's where the sticks still are. Never got a first down, but we've moved successfully all the way back to the 41, and now Lackawanna calls a timeout because, heaven forbid, the clock move.
Timeout brought to you by Central Valley Medical Center. We'll take it on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network and CentralCom Channel 10 with SnowTV.
Visits to the dentist cause great anxiety and fear in some people, further jeopardizing oral and overall health. This is Dr. Douglas. We not only deliver optimal dental care, we make you comfortable while we do it.
Douglas Dentistry's patients love listening to music or watching a movie during treatment. Some patients prefer nitrous oxide or laughing gas or conscious sedation.
Call Douglas Dentistry today, 283-3800. That's 283-3800. Find us on Facebook or click on douglasdentistry.ephraim.com.
Welcome back on in. 5:18 to go before halftime. The Badgers called. They had 1st and 10 from where?
The 23 of Lackawanna. And now they are back to the Lackawanna 41. Only moved backwards due to penalties on that drive. And now instead of a field goal, and very makeable field goal even at this level, it's going to be a punt.
Yeah. So Jay Summers, the Aussie, on to attempt the punt. 2 men back for Lackawanna. Coach saying he needs 2 men on this back there, so the punt coming for Summers.
A 3-and-out officially for
Wow.
Snow College, and more flags, of course.
Summers waited to punt this because he didn't have much room. It's not a great punt, fielded at about the 12-yard line with a fair catch. See what this flag is, though. And that's part of it. There have been so many flags. We had such an I don't want to say an undisciplined quarter and a half, but it was quality football, and now that is all but stalled.
Legal formation on the kicking team.
Oh, boy.
That 5-yard penalty will be enforced. That's a seating spot. First down, Lackawanna College.
Boy, so yeah, the Badgers with an illegal procedure on the punt, legal formation on the punt, that you tack that on at the end instead of making them re-kick.
We had just talked on the Lackawanna last drive that the penalties had flipped, where Snow College started with more being called on them, then Lackawanna got stopped. They had seen them, and then on that drive alone, Snow College just overtook the lead for most penalties called.
So first down and 10 for the Falcon offense. And again, Snow got perfect field position, as good as you could ask at any level of the game.
And Lackawanna's starting field position here is not that much worse than just if Snow had done nothing and just turned it over.
Yeah. Now this is blown dead. I don't see a flag out there, Cole. Is there a timeout taken?
Not by any sideline.
I'm not seeing any, sideline body language.
Clock was running just fine. Can't imagine what the refs
this has become
have issue with.
This has become a slug situation.
There's no foul in the play. First down.
Oh, boy. No, so we're just blowing whistles at this point. First down and 10 for Lackawanna. They got 2 receivers near side, single receiver far side. 5:09 to go in the quarter.
4 down lineman for Snow College.
Tabiri takes the snap, handoff right side, eaten alive. Is that Keegan Hall? Number 54, coming out. How good of a game has Saleh Kanuka Williams had from that defensive line spot? He has been just absolutely everywhere in this game tonight. No, that was Keegan Hall, the Juab Wasp, coming up with a big stop, a big TFL. Good to see Keegan the action there.
Number 56, and that pressure from either edge. It could have been either guy getting in because they've been able to crunch the pocket. Not a lot of run blocking going on for Lackawanna. Play action.
Tabiri rolls out to his left, has time, loads up, fires down the sideline. It's broken up. Excellent coverage by the Badgers over on that far side. Jaden Robertson got a paw on it, broke up the pass. Will bring up 3rd down and long here.
Last time Lackawanna was out, they had a 3-and-out. Of course, that was pinned back way in their own territory. Then Snow had a 3-and-out. Here we're looking at another potential 3-and-out as Lackawanna has only moved backwards on this drive.
3rd down and 12. Badger defense has really stepped things up in this second quarter, night and day from what we saw early in this game.
Big 3rd down here.
Favorite thing males love to say in the month of September through December. Snap to Tabiri on 3rd down. Badgers get pressure. Tabiri avoids the first man. Second man throws on the run. There was no one there. Was he out of the tackle box is the question.
I think safely.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's a good call. It's not intentional grounding. Got it, because the 2 criteria are, if you don't have a receiver in the area, you got to be outside the tackle box, and it's got to get past the line of scrimmage. Both of those were clearly checked. Yeah. Either way, the Badgers get the stop. It is 4th down, and Lackawanna once again will punt. And the punting has not been good at all abysmal from Lackawanna in the punting game.
After scoring on 3 straight drives to start the game, Lackawanna has now had 3 straight punts, and as you said, they just have not looked good.
And they're going to have an illegal formation on the punt as DeBow lets it bounce, catches it at the 36-yard line, goes backwards, and then gets brought down. The good news, you'll get 5 yards tacked onto that. If I assume correctly, this is an illegal formation. It was thrown the exact same way Snow's last punt was thrown.
Both side judges, and they got to have a conversation with these side lines to make sure that the teams know what they're calling here. Because if back-to-back punts, both teams are getting it called on them by both sideline judges.
Illegal formation.
Yeah.
On the offense. That's a 5-yard penalty. And a re-kick.
So I wonder if you get the choice to re-kick
I'll bet
or
that
take
seems
the 5
like it
yards.
is, because we've seen Lackawanna struggle on the punt. So instead of taking the result of the punt plus 5, they're going to make them punt again, and especially we're pinning him back further. He'll get a full run-up, but this is going to be a punt from right around the goal line.
Yeah, still second punt standing in his own end zone for Lackawanna. Samuel Magnotta, the one back to punt. He has not had a good game so far. Magnotta.
Pressure!
I don't know if that got blocked, but the punt was not good. It takes a bounce again at about the 19-yard or 21-yard line. Badgers got in. I don't know if someone got a hand on the ball, Cole, but either way, it was enough pressure to force an awkward punt.
If they didn't, it went straight up in the air.
I think Jaden Wright might have got a piece of that. Or it goes off the side of the foot.
And
it was close.
For the fact that Wright, if he didn't block it, you got to avoid and make sure you don't make contact with the punter, and he didn't even come close. So he was screaming in there, had a great chance to block it, absolutely changed the trajectory, and came nowhere near getting a foul called on him. We talked about Snow College last drive started at the Lackawanna 23. Unfortunately, they moved back because of penalties. This one starting at the Lackawanna 21, even better field position.
First down and 10. Badgers got to make something of this here, Cole. 3:58 to go before halftime.
Still
Badgers
a tie ball game.
Have flipped the script when it comes to field position. Thal in shotgun takes the snap. Back to pass on first down. Going to take a shot at the end zone. One-on-one coverage. Touchdown on the first play. Jack Thal dropping a dime into a bucket for 6. Trying to get that number on the far side.
That's you just
DeBow.
try.
Is that Freddie DeBow? That's C.J. Rabb.
Number 81.
C.J. Rabb the third. What a first half for the young man.
6'1" freshman has the biggest play as far as yardage for Snow College, and then getting a touchdown when you really needed to get momentum back on your side.
So now the Badgers bring this lineup back, and they're going to kick the PAT here for Brant. How about this, Cole? It was 17 to 9? Or 17-6 at one point. Badgers have now scored 18 unanswered. PAT is good with 3:50 to go in the opening half. It's Snow College 24, Lackawanna 17 on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10, and SnowTV.
We are all part of a team. Whether you are the quiet hero or the newest recruit, the steady anchor or the moral support, your team needs you. At Intermountain Health, Sanpete Valley Hospital, we want to be part of your team. Partner with us on your health and continue to be a game changer for your teammates.
Welcome back on in. 18 unanswered from Snow College as they now lead Lackawanna 24-17. Just been the field position game, Cole. That's, I think, what it comes down to. The Badger defense is putting this offense in great positions to then go get points.
It was 6-17, then it was 9-17, 17-17, now 24-17 Snow College advantage. They weren't able to do it on the last drive. Here you just take your shot play with one-on-one coverage immediately, and it works. A one-play, 21-yard touchdown drive.
Fair catch called for at the 5, so no bring out. And don't get me wrong, the defense has been great. Special teams have been phenomenal, though. Forcing bad punts, getting pressure. But it's all set up by your defense first, right? That's why you talk about the 3 phases of the game. And the Badgers have clicked on all cylinders here in quarter number 2.
And Lackawanna has certainly struggled in that punt game and explaining the fair catch on the field. But after both punt units being called on an illegal formation, the first punt from Lackawanna was the best one we've seen from them on this game, but because of the illegal formation, you're backed up, you gotta try it again, and then we see a punt more aligned with what we'd seen on the other 2. Doesn't go anywhere, and then just a one-play drive.
First down and 10 for Lackawanna. Again, they were cooking offensively early in this game. Jacob Tabiri, last couple drives have just not gone the way of the Falcons. Tabiri, handoff left side. Some good space to the outside for the tailback who gets second level down to the 40. Stutter steps and down at the 44-yard line. Excellent run from Hassan Agnabi. They've kind of got away from him, Cole. Now give the Badgers some credit. They've done a better job at the line of scrimmage, but a good run from Agnabi there.
And that's more of the Falcon team that we saw in the first couple drives. A high snap to bring it down and immediately get it to your running back. That's just speed out to the left side. One missed tackle there, but mostly it's good run blocking by this offensive line.
Play action throw over the middle on an RPO, complete up the middle for a good gain right near the sticks. Jamal Jefferson Jr. with the catch and run. Gets maybe a half-yard shy. We'll see where they ultimately spot this. Yeah, they're going to say second and short, a gain of 9 from Jefferson.
That is where you attack on play action, where the linebackers did bite enough. They were afraid after that successful run on first down, and then you attack that second level with the intermediate passing game, get right close to the sticks.
Second down and an inch. That's literally looking like an inch out there for Lackawanna. And now
a digital measurement as Lackawanna wants to snap. They want to go fast, and it's slowly getting Snow College substitutions.
That's become a very big topic in college football these days. Tiberi, 4 on the play clock, takes the snap, throws the screen to the outside. It's complete to the receiver, makes the catch, will get the first down. Not get much after that, but a good pass to Kylie Patterson, who made one guy miss. Good blocking on the outside by Christian Harrison, and that gives Lackawanna a first down.
I'll tell you, Jaden Robertson wasn't running his fastest 100-meter dash to get from one side of the field to the sideline as the play clock ticked and ticked and ticked. And Lackawanna wants to move fast as we approach the 2-minute timeout.
We'll take it and be right back right here on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10 and SnowTV.
My art is an expression of my identity. As an artist, my identity is everything. Every stroke I make depicts my purpose, and every signature brings my dreams to life. I am La Morena. With my style check-in account from Mountain America Credit Union, I can create with confidence, knowing I have built-in identity protection. This premium future lets me stay focused and bringing color to the world. Open a new check-in account today. Make my style your lifestyle.
Doesn't that sound relaxing? At Risk Managers, we want to help you always feel that relaxed. So when you hear this, or this, or this, you know that you're protected. Peace of mind insurance solutions for individuals and businesses, so that you can always sit back and enjoy your drink.
Welcome back on in. It's Snow College 24, Lackawanna 17. 2-minute timeout brought to you by Central Valley Medical Center. From orthopedics to pediatrics, trust CVMC. Maybe you're having issues, maybe you got a little cracked pelvis out there. CVMC is going to help you out with any of those injuries. Burned foot, you name it. Concussion, they're going to help you out.
Rabies?
Sure, why not? Trips to the left, snap to Tiberi on 1st and 10. It's a give to the back who falls forward, but not for much. Maybe, well, to give him about 3 yards on the play for McConvey, and that'll bring up second down.
And they're back to this reliable run game, and not a lot of urgency. When you're in plus territory at the 2-minute,
sure,
this is a good time to make sure that you're the one that holds on to the ball last.
And Lackawanna does get the football to start half number 2. Keep that in mind.
Just one timeout still in their pocket, though, as we've seen some liberal timeout usage from both teams earlier on.
Tiberi takes the snap. Second down. Pocket holds, throws high. It's off the hand of the intended receiver. Falls incomplete. Tried to go to Harrison. Just a little bit high on the pass. Brings up third down.
And if you had a safety in position, that's an easy one to just dive out and get intercepted. But it just falls harmlessly incomplete.
So 3rd down and 7 for Lackawanna, and definitely not in their field goal range. The one that Rodriguez made was, what, a 27-yarder, a little bit longer than a PAT, but
and it wasn't confident there either.
And you know, keep in mind that Lackawanna not at sea level anymore. You're playing up in the mountains here.
Yeah, you should get a little bit more juice on your ball.
Trips left side, single receiver near side for Tiberi. Takes the snap. Badgers bring 4. Pocket holds Tiberi. Steps up. Throws over the middle. It's batted incomplete. Jaden Robertson again getting his hand in there with a PBU. And the Badgers will force fourth down with 1:12 to go. This gets real interesting now, Cole, when you get down to the chess match that is the game of football.
Yeah. Field position has been such a back and forth, particularly in this second quarter, that Snow College has won. We'll see if Lackawanna is willing to give up what could be, with Snow College having 2 timeouts in their pocket, an ability to get down into field goal range, into scoring range, if they keep that offense out there and don't get it. This is not a gimme 4th down.
4th and 7. The offense will remain out there for Lackawanna. In shotgun, Tiberi takes the snap. Badgers bring 4. Tabiri lets it fly, just overthrows for his man, and the smart play from Robertson. Probably could have tried to make the pick. You're going to get the football in much better field position. The drive stalls out for Lackawanna, and the Badgers are going to get the ball back with 1:05 to go and 2 timeouts.
Field position is the game at that point, and so you just make sure your wide receiver is behind you at that point. You chase down the ball, and like we were just talking about, first down and 10, 1:05 on the clock and 2 timeouts. You only got to get about 30 yards here, and they've proven they can do that on one quick play.
Tell you what, C.J. Rabb III, what a first half for that young man. We're going to be talking about him at halftime for sure. 3 catches, 93 yards, and a score. Big playability of Rabb. Badgers may have found something there. We'll go split backs here with a single receiver to either side, single tight end near side for Jack Thau in the offense. 1:05 to go before we get you to halftime. A score for the Badgers here to go 2 scores in this game would be massive for Snow College. Thau, it's a handoff left side, Matt Wilson. Matt follows his lead blocker, gets to the edge. 45 into midfield and into Falcon territory. Hurdles the man and gets a first down.
Could have veered out and gone out of bounds there. Instead, Snow is forced to call. No, yes, they will call their second timeout. Clock was stopped briefly for the first down, and then.
So that timeout brought to you by Central Valley Medical Center. We'll take it on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom, Channel 10, and SnowTV.
Sanpete Steel in Moroni was founded in 1994 and is one of the major steel construction companies in the Intermountain West. Specializing in structural steel fabrication and assembly, Sanpete Steel's impressive portfolio includes the Hales Theater in Sandy and structures on the campuses of the University of Utah, BYU, and UVU. Sanpete Steel in Moroni, where their motto is done right and on time at 685 East Main Street. Call today at 800-261-1026. That's 800-261-1026. Or go to sanpetesteel.com.
Welcome back on in. 57 seconds officially. They do put a few seconds back. Coach Erickson called that timeout pretty quick.
Yeah, the clock was stopped at 57 for the first down, and then the clock operator let about 3 or 4 go before we officially saw the timeout come from the sideline. No, Coach Erickson got the timeout immediately as it was paused, and so 57 seconds now to go, 49 yards.
Got to say, our clock operator tonight, Coach Andrew May, the head coach of Snow College men's basketball team, was the #1 ranked team going into the tournament last year. Only lost 2 games all season. One of those was a tournament game. Excited to see the Badger boys, the men, get back out there.
And we have seen great clock management from both teams.
Handoff, rig trip up the middle. Flags come flying, and I think this is going to be an illegal formation, Cole, the way these were thrown pretty quick at the snap. It's either that or someone was lined up in the neutral zone at 51 seconds. They're going to call an encroachment.
Defensive offside, number 90, lined up in the neutral zone. It's a 5-yard penalty. We'll replay first down.
Another offside. Lackawanna's had a hard time just seeing where that ball's at, apparently, and that helps you pause the game clock yet again.
And then they wind it once the ball's set. That's how that works in that situation. So under 50 seconds, Thau takes the snap. That was probably a false start. Badgers get away with it. Caught by DeBow, and he gets out of bounds for a good gain and a first down. Another Douglas Dentistry first down for the Badgers and Freddie DeBow.
When you know the clock's going to start ticking, then you get a little bit more ants in your pants to go, and that's why Snow wasn't totally set. They do get away with a little bit as we're able to keep going.
That's talked about a lot in football right now. The tush push right. The Chiefs, a lot of people were complaining for years that they'd have a guard pull a split second early.
As you're working back in your pass set, right?
2 to either side for Thau. Takes the snap. Jack fires to the sideline. It's caught and out of bounds with the snag is Cale McCoy. Good to see McCoy, the sophomore, had a good game against Tyler, makes the snag, and that's good for another Badger and Douglas Dentistry first down.
Good, smart concept to get you towards the sideline. You have one streak going down the sideline, and then the work out to get the clock stopped and also get you into now comfortable field goal range.
Badgers have first down and 10.
And still a timeout, so you don't have to run a fire drill kick team out there like the Chiefs did down in Brazil.
Snap to Thau. Blitz comes. Jack, pocket holds so well. Jack throws a dart over the middle. It's caught by Mikhail Paiva, and a flag is going to come flying in here towards the end of the play in the backfield. And I think they're going to say illegal hands to the face because Sakope Wallace lost his helmet.
And you can see it clear on the highlight. If you're watching along with us on on SnowTV, then you can see just the hands were all the way up there on the defensive end. Yep. Yeah, the helmet pops off because of action from the defensive player. Stays on his block, and that the offensive line holding up there with the amount of pressure that Lackawanna was bringing is a statement.
30 seconds left before halftime. Badgers go split backs with a single receiver to either side and one timeout in Coach Erickson's pocket.
Now it's not the timeout, it's not the clock, it's the 3 chances to get into the end zone, and do you take the 4th even?
Foul and gun, split back set. Got very single coverage up high here, so we'll see how that develops. Jack takes the snap, give to Rigtrip. Seth follows that block, stutter steps, gets inside the 5 and is down at the 4-yard line. Badgers will take the timeout here with 20 seconds on the clock. We'll take it as well on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, CentriCom Channel 10 and SnowTV.
I thought there was only one way to do college. I knew I needed training to set me up for a great career, but I didn't have 4 years. Snow helped me discover that college doesn't have to be about sitting in classes, counting down the hours. They showed me a way to get the edge I needed, and fast. The best part was with their low-cost programs and tuition assistance, I didn't have to go into debt. I was able to earn my certificate and start working right away. Snow College. This is college.
Welcome back on in. 20 seconds left on the clock here as Snow College with a 24-17 lead. A score here, a touchdown here, Cole, would be so massive for this Badger offense. It was 17-6 for Lackawanna. If you scored 18 unanswered, have a chance to add to that total here before halftime.
You had one opportunity to run here close to the goal line and with a timeout. Now you have 2 more passes in you, and they're going into the end zone.
2 receivers near side, single receiver far side for Jack Thau with Seth Rigtrup at his hip.
Play clock hasn't started yet.
Still waiting on that, and there we go. Thau and gun. Rigtrup the back at his hip. Brings a man in motion. It's a high snap.
Pass.
And just Jack gets absolutely obliterated, and now the punt team is going to run out there with the kicking team with 13 seconds, down to 12. Badgers trying to get set here. They move the ball up, 8 seconds, 7 with 6, 5, 4, 3. The snap, the hold, the kick on its way.
Fantastic.
Threw for 3 at the horn, as ran as well as you could in a chaotic situation like that, and the Badgers will take a 10-point lead going into the half. Wait a second here. Why is there a conversation? Was there a flag thrown? The Lackawanna coaches are upset about something.
Even with the officials moving the ball where it was initially at, I thought as soon as they...
Field goal's good. That's halftime.
Yeah. There's nothing to complain about. That was run to perfection.
At halftime, number 13, Snow College 27, number 15, Lackawanna 17. We'll bring you back with your Snow College halftime on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, CentriCom Channel 10 and SnowTV.
My name is Jared Livingston. I grew up in Sanpete County, Utah. I remember going down to the feed company back in the little offices there, got my first loan through Utah Heritage Credit Union, and ever since then fell in love with the personal atmosphere that you get with a local credit union. Been there ever since I was a little kid to today. Whether we're dealing with an auto loan or just cashing a check, they're right there every time we need them.
For over 70 years, Cache Valley Bank has been a part of Utah's financial landscape with 23 branches across the state of Utah. Cache Valley Bank isn't just a bank. We're neighbors, partners, and your financial advisors.
Committed to building stronger communities one transaction at a time with secure and reliable solutions, whether it's buying a home, expanding your business, or simply managing your day-to-day finances.
Visit any of our locations in Ephraim, Mount Pleasant, Fairview, or Nephi. Cache Valley Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
My parents know nothing about gaming. I told them we needed CentriCom Fiber because it's by far the fastest and most reliable internet speeds.
Hey bud, dinner's ready. Time to turn off the game box.
Alright, this round's almost over.
These days, kids do a lot of their homework online. They talk to their teachers, they receive assignments, and they do research, all from our kitchen table. That's why I chose CentriCom Fiber Internet. They have the fastest and most reliable connection, so my kids can stay on top of their schoolwork.
The Snow College campus store has something for every member of the family to show their Badger pride. They have hoodies, mugs, car stickers, and more. Online students and parents can get in on the fun too, because now the campus store is online at store.snow.edu. Go there now for all of your Snow College apparel needs. Visit store.snow.edu. That's store.snow.edu.
CO Building Systems in Ephraim manufactures a complete line of pre-engineered metal buildings of all sizes. Plus, they are your headquarters for custom metal roof and wall panels for your home or business, including all trim and accessories. All of their roof and wall panels are available in several gauges and over 20 different colors. For a free cost estimate or more information, contact CO Building Systems in Ephraim. 800-262-5347. That's 800-262-5347. Online at cobuildings.com.
I'm Dr. Brandon Beck, and I'm one of the general surgeons at Central Valley Medical Center. One of the best parts of my job as a general surgeon is to interact with a wide variety of people, and many of those people have experienced chronic conditions or painful things for many years, and there is nothing better than helping them to work through those conditions and to have an improved quality of life. I'm happy to be back in Utah at Central Valley Medical Center serving the people in our community.
To your Snow College halftime show, Snow College, your community college, where you promised tuition from a local businessman who was no longer able to come through with said tuition. Well, good news. Snow College boasts the lowest tuition rate in the state, so even if you're a Scots tot, you should be able to afford tuition here at Snow College. Plenty of scholarship opportunities as well. A great place to be here in Ephraim. Your halftime score, it's number 13, Snow College 27, number 15, Lackawanna 17. Second quarter was a whole different story, Cole. That's really where the story is being told, at least from the Badgers, well, from both perspectives as to how this game changed. It was 17-6 for Lackawanna. Kicked a field goal, had a really good score. If you were thinking, wow, how is Snow going to stop Lackawanna
a team
all
that
game?
Had scored 83 against Detroit Community College earlier this year. Oh boy, we're in for a long one. But then, and for a team, the reason for the office references tonight, folks, if you're joining the broadcast late, is that Lackawanna College hails from Scranton, Pennsylvania. And so it's a long travel time to get out here to Ephraim, Utah. And yet, they started hot. Normally, you would expect the road team in that kind of, you adjust elevation, other things, maybe a slower start to the thing. And yet, it was Lackawanna that came out so hot, scoring on their first 3 drives. After that, it went punt, 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 turnover on downs, and the last 2 punt drives really forced by the defensive field position game that Snow College was playing.
Yeah, special teams have been certainly a big part of this as well as we get to some halftime stats. Appreciate Sports Information Director Drayson Ball for keeping these stats for us tonight. Drayson always does a fantastic job. You look at the team stats here. First downs, Badgers with 13, Lackawanna 12. That was not the case after 1 quarter of play. It was all Lackawanna. Overall, Badgers have been held to just 44 yards rushing, Lackawanna with 87. But it's been the passing game. Badgers with $146 to Lackawanna's 142, and most of that came in quarter number 2. Lackawanna still averaging 6.36 yards per play because there were so many chunk plays early in the game. Badgers have been maybe a little more steady at times with 5.7. This is
and
big
just
too.
Not a lot of drives here later in the game. They've been 3 and outs, and so yeah, that doesn't help your average. But because you aren't having a lot of plays per drive, it's also not hurting it too much either.
Kick return yards, this is huge. Badgers 4 returns for 79 yards, 2 for 9 for Lackawanna. A couple muffs, a couple of mishandlings of the ball. And we've had some rain off and on throughout the night here in Ephraim, so that's certainly a big part of it.
Fortunately, all the lightning is gone.
Yeah, which is fantastic news for all involved. Get this, 3 punts for 16, an average of 16 yards per punt. 16 yards per punt. That's the average.
There are high school coaches that submit to the philosophy that you should just go for it on 4th down because your high school kickers just aren't good enough to give you any negligible, marginal difference in the field position game by punting anyway. The coaches have to go into the locker room, and if that's what they can expect going into a second half, at elevation, folks. This is a team that goes from Pennsylvania to Ephraim. If that's what you can expect, I would expect for them to go for more 4th downs as the second half continues.
3rd down efficiency, Lackawanna 3 for 8, Badgers 2 for 6. Lackawanna is 0 for 1 on 4th down. Badgers yet to go for it on fourth down yet in this game.
The last stat that we want to look at, just team-wise, a lot of called penalties that have really, at one point, stalled the game entirely, and then also just stalled some drives, pushed. Snow College had one drive that started because of that bad punting that started on the 23 of Lackawanna. They were in field goal range to start the drive and only moved back due to penalties, and yet when all is said and done at the end of the first half, at any rate, there are more called penalties for Lackawanna, 10 for 66 yards, but more yardage has affected Snow College, 8 for 74.
Let's go over some individual numbers now. Tabiri, the quarterback, 9 of 19. That completion percentage went way down in the second quarter. Still a $142 and 2 touchdowns for Jacob Tabiri. Running the football, receiving, Patterson with 3 catches for 48 yards. Harris has 3 catches for 45 and a score. Palmore, 1 for 14, 1 for 10 for Jefferson. Akonbi, 1 for 5 on that wheelback route. Yeah, and the touchdown on that wheel route. Akonbi's got 60. He's been the main back tonight. 16 carries, 90 yards, averaging 5 yards per carry. 16 carries, a net of 83. Averaging 5 yards per carry on that play and then Guferi with 1 carry, 4 yards out there for the offense of Lackawanna. Badger offense, Jack Thau, 9 of 15, $146, 2 touchdowns, 154, long of 54. Did get sacked the one time.
On the passed ball, it was a bad snap that he went back and recovered. And the fact that you can get back on that and not have it turn into a turnover was actually a big deal.
Well, and then on top of that, your field goal unit runs out and gets the field goal out. So C.J. Rabb, 3 catches, 93 yards, and a touchdown. Peters, the tight end, 1 catch, 21 yards for a score on a beautiful design play. Paiva had a 13-yard reception. McCoy, 10-yard catch. DeBow, 7-yard reception. Villa with a 6-yard. So the Badgers really spreading it out. C.J. Rabb really the only one that has, gone off, if you will. It's been a very spread-out attack from this Badger offense.
Yeah, 1 reception from 6 different guys, and then Rabb makes your 7th that Thau has been able to target. That's good distribution of the football in a game that you're leading by 10.
Another thing to keep in mind, Coach Erickson really talks about establishing the run. They want to be a run-first team. They've adjusted, Jack Thau and this receiving core has adjusted really well to some of the blitzing and everything like that, the run gap stop that has taken place from Lackawanna's defense. Because Seth Ridgetrip, who had over 120 yards a week ago, 10 carries, just 33 yards for him. And then it's good to see Matt Wilson get some run here. 4 carries, 24 yards, and the 1 touchdown there on that front. So Badgers might look to get it a little bit more on that side of things. Let's look at defense for Lackawanna. Their leading tackler on the game is Michael Johnson, who has 5 total tackles in this game on that side of the ball for Lackawanna. Looking at overall, it's a half a sack for both Mays and Spencer. Spencer's had a great first half, a game changer on that defensive line for Lackawanna.
Crushing the pocket, but Thau's been able to stand tall in the pocket often and look over, get some completions. The one stat that didn't show up on the stat sheet for the Snow College offense, Thau had a couple rushes, but it was a rush on a 2-point conversion that helped even out that score to get us back to a more conventional football score of 27-17.
Jaden Wright, your leading tackler for the Badgers, 0 surprise there. Tayson Reed in on the play. The linebackers for the Badgers having an excellent start to this game. Dallin Sweat in on a play. Court Moon, Mario Williams. Everyone who's played linebacker for the Badgers is getting some. They're getting the leftover lithium batteries, if you will, on those kind of plays. A couple quarterback hits. How about the first half for the Badgers? Number 54, Saleh Kunuka Williams has had a monster, game-wrecking type play. He's got a PBU running after the quarterback. Jaden Robertson with a couple pass breakups as well. Mario Williams and Tenny Worthen have been great in pass coverage. The Badger defense, it really seems like they figured something out, made some great adjustments after that opening quarter.
Yeah, both of the edge rushers being able to get, and they have affected the pass, right? Thau has been able to stand tall, and even when he's looking into pressure, do a good job. We've seen batted balls from the Snow College defense, and a lot of the way that their defense is affecting just the pass routes and the timing of the Lackawanna offense is right now one-sided. Snow College is doing a much better job at doing that.
Very, very great play from the Badgers across the board in that second quarter. Only gave up 3 points, scored 21 of their own in a very unconventional way. The 2 field goals, 2 touchdowns, 1 2-point conversion. is what gets you there.
My favorite piece of show notes and game notes that I've ever received from the Lackawanna College.
I knew you were going to like this. I was letting it be your thing. I was going to let you do this.
Lackawanna College provided for us a history of their scoregami. Scoregami, a concept that was brought up by YouTuber John Boyce that used to work for Secret Base and SB Nation. And it's the idea that you can only fold a football score in so many ways, like origami. So a scoregami is you get touchdowns and field goals, and 27-17 looks really normal as a football score. But once you start going for two, and once you start seeing other weird things come up, you start seeing scores that are less common. And so when Snow College misses that first two-pointer, we were on scoregami watch, and then they get another two-pointer to put us back on track. But we will be keeping track as the second half goes on and into the fourth quarter if we're on Lackawanna College scoregami watch.
Big thanks to the accounting department over at Lackawanna for providing that for us.
You think there's three guys in any Clevens being involved in scoregami?
I think there's got to be a cat lover over there. Someone's got a good M&M stash, and needless to say, big thanks.
And then the next is going to be an accountant for maybe a newspaper company.
Yeah, wouldn't you know that? Yeah, maybe that's where the career projection takes. But, big shout-out to Lackawanna and their sports information department. As good a game notes as we're going to get across the board, so big shout-out to them. Let's take another break, Cole, here on the Snow College Halftime Show. When we come back, we'll get you caught up from some scores around the country on a busy college football Saturday. This is the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10, and SnowTV.
Hey, what does the dentist of the year get? A little plaque. Well, all humor aside, a little plaque can be deadly. Let Dr. Colton Douglas at Douglas Dentistry make sure that a little plaque doesn't cause you a major health concern. Your good health is dependent on good dental hygiene, so make a call today and make sure you get to show off that awesome smile for years to come. Call Douglas Dentistry's new phone number, 435-258-9001, 435-258-9001.
We are all part of a team. Whether you are the quiet hero or the newest recruit, the steady anchor or the moral support, your team needs you. At Intermountain Health, Sanpete Valley Hospital, we want to be part of your team. Partner with us on your health and continue to be a game changer for your teammates.
My art is an expression of my identity. As an artist, my identity is everything. Every stroke I make depicts my purpose, and every signature brings my dreams to life. I am La Morena. With my style check-in account from Mountain America Credit Union, I can create with confidence, knowing I have built-in identity protection. This premium future lets me stay focused and bring college to the world. Open a new check-in account today. Make my style your lifestyle.
Doesn't that sound relaxing? At Risk Managers, we want to help you always feel that relaxed. So when you hear this, or this, or this, you know that you're protected. Peace of mind insurance solutions for individuals and businesses, so that you can always sit back and enjoy your drink.
Sanpete Steel & Moroni was founded in 1994 and is one of the major steel construction companies in the Intermountain West. Specializing in structural steel fabrication and assembly, Sanpete Steel's impressive portfolio includes the Hales Theater in Sandy and structures on the campuses of the University of Utah, BYU, and UVU. Sanpete Steel & Moroni, where their motto is done right and on time, at 685 East Main Street. Call today at 800-261-1026. That's 800-261-1026. Or go to sanpetesteel.com.
I thought there was only one way to do college. I knew I needed training to set me up for a great career, but I didn't have 4 years. Snow helped me discover that college doesn't have to be about sitting in classes, counting down the hours. They showed me a way to get the edge I needed, and fast. The best part was, with their low-cost programs and tuition assistance, I didn't have to go into debt. I was able to earn my certificate and start working right away. Snow College. This is college.
On into your Snow College halftime show. Visit snow.edu for a full list of what's happening on campus. Snow College, your community college. Appreciate those who take good care of us here at Snow College, getting us some pizza by Alfredo. Oh, sorry, it's Little Caesars. My bad.
Alfredo's Pizzeria.
Alfredo's Pizza Cafe was the other options. A lot of good pizza joints in I'll say this, Ephraim's a small town. You can't go wrong with where you go get pizza in Ephraim.
You can see a Roy's sign from here.
Yeah, that's right. First time you came to Sanpete County to see me, we got some Roy's pizza. And you got a little Roy's T-shirt. You got a Roy's T-shirt to commemorate. Cole, let's get some scores from around the country. BYU struggling a little bit with Colorado. They did just force what's going to be a punt for the Buffaloes, but they're down 14-3. Jay Hill's defense not looking like a Jay Hill defense early for BYU.
Yeah, and Colorado's been able to run. Even the quarterback option has worked extremely well.
Oregon, Penn State are in double overtime right now.
Penn State had a long drive at the end of the fourth quarter to tie it up, and then it's been back and forth in the overtime since.
We established that you're a Pennsylvania native, born and raised. You are a Penn State guy. Our good friend and colleague, Alex Doss, from Oregon.
Yes, and he's
very big Oregon guy. So it's
a top 10 matchup.
The Will Stoss Bowl. This is the game everyone's had circled today. So this is in a second overtime. Looks like Oregon went for 2.
That's not good.
And that looks like the game just ended. It looks like Drew Aller just got picked and the game just ended in the second overtime. So tough loss for the Nittany Lions. Yeah, that game's just gone final. So a couple other top 25 matchups. Iowa State looks great in the Big 12. They beat unbeaten Arizona 39-14. Alabama gets the upset on Georgia. That may restore some confidence in Kalen DeBoer. Even though Florida State lost to Virginia last night in a wild game, Alabama does get the win there. Ohio State beats Washington 24-6. Intriguing one out in Oxford today. Number 13 Ole Miss beats LSU 24-19. Why that was interesting, it was revealed this week Lane Kiffin's daughter is dating a starting linebacker at LSU. What did Lane say? Take the over. That was the tweet that Lane put out. Unlike that.
In other Ole Miss and Utah news, Jackson Dart is going to be making his first start tomorrow in the NFL.
Yep. Texas A&M got past Auburn 16-10. Indiana beats Iowa 20-15. Mississippi State playing good ball early for them. They took Tennessee to overtime. Volunteers and former Snow College Badger quarterback, now the head coach of Tennessee, Josh Heupel, got the win 41-34. Georgia Tech nearly loses to Wake Forest. That would have been disastrous for Georgia Tech in the ACC. They get an overtime win 30-29. As mentioned, Vanderbilt beat Utah State 55-30. But Aggies hung for a half, though. I believe it was 31-21 at the half. Bronco Mendenhall doing some good things up in Logan. They're 2 losses to 2 SEC schools that are ranked in the top 20. Yeah.
Correct.
So a good start there. Big matchup between Illinois and USC. Illinois gets walloped last week by Indiana. A lot of people wondered if Illinois would still be ranked. They beat previously unbeaten USC 34-32.
Yeah, it's just so tough to go from the West Coast to the East Coast on those long travels. If only this could have been stopped and maybe there was a conference just for West Coast teams, but alas.
Big 12 in the morning, if you will, or in the afternoon, or Big 10 in the afternoon. And then number 22, Notre Dame took care of Arkansas 56-13. Irish have now won 2 in a row since they're not playing a top 10 team. And then last night, Virginia did beat Florida State in a thriller in overtime. Would the Badgers get back to maybe running the ball a little more where they had relied on the pass so heavily? I think that answers your question. Extra point coming here is now the Badger block team comes in.
The swinging gate always a possibility, but it looks like we're kicking.
I like swinging gate, by the way. That's right on. The extra point from Brandt is through. So with 13 minutes and 14 seconds remaining in the third quarter, number 13, Snow College 34, Lackawanna 17 on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10, and SnowTV.
All right.
Attaboy, Jack. Welcome back on it. I don't think we ever went to break. We should have gone to break. We did not go to break for some reason. So 34-17 is our score. Snow College leads it. Cole, it was 17-6 for Lackawanna. The Badgers have opened up a floodgate here since the second quarter.
Now doubling up the Lackawanna total, and they have scored on their past 1, 2, 3. They had 1 3 and out in the middle, but they have scored on 6 of their last 7 drives.
Excellent boot from Brandt here, and this not even going to have a chance as it goes out the back of the end zone. as Lackawanna's offense comes back out now.
And we didn't mention, even on the PAT, it hit the roof of the Snow College building behind. You don't have a net behind at the junior college level, but you do have a building, and that ball went to the roof.
So that's the Bergeson Athletic Center. That's where we usually do our interview. That's where Coach's office is, athletic director's office, all that kind of stuff. We do an interview with Coach in a conference room, and there is a ball print on one of the windows. Literally, the way the ball hit the window, it left the leather print
on the ball,
yeah. So Badger defense has just absolutely dominated since that. Given up 14 in the opening quarter, have only given up 3 cents. Tabiri takes the snap, quick hitter to the outside, complete. Curl route, still running for it, going to get about 7 on first down. Good catch and run from Kylie Patterson, who's kind of been the guy in the receiving game for Lackawanna.
But this is what we saw on the last drive, right? Just a successful, easy little route to get things going on first down, and then they were totally stopped after that.
2nd down and 4. Tabiri takes the snap. It's a give up the middle. Badgers convene well. The push gets stood up right at the line of scrimmage. I think this is going to be enough for a first down, given where the officials are standing, and they do say first down on the carry from Akanbi. So that moves the sticks, first down.
Yeah, Lackawanna College uses a lot of stunts on their offensive line to find some seals. When it works, and they're able to get some push. When it doesn't is when Snow is able to attack where they're moving from and get that immediate penetration.
First down and 10, trips right side, single receiver near side for Tabiri. Single back, takes the snap, back to pass on 1st and 10. Tabiri's going to take a shot down the field, has a man there, and there is Carmelo inside the 20, 10-5. He's in. Carmelo Taylor, we talked about, he'd been quiet all night, and just like that, Lackawanna County able to strike, and the Falcons get back on the board after a dry spell.
You called for him on that last drive, and maybe that dry spell was because they were unable to get him involved in the offense and just
That's
put
just a
on
go
the
route.
wheels.
Yeah. Beautifully done. I was
No
excited
deep
to see him.
safety?
Just a sophomore from Roanoke, Virginia. And Carmelo Taylor takes it the distance to make it 34-23 with the PAT pending. I would have been stunned if Lackawanna had gone away this quietly, and that just simply was not going to happen
Yeah,
tonight.
This is a top 15 ranked school.
Extra point is good. So with 11:55 to go in the third quarter, it's Snow College 34, Lackawanna 24 on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10, and SnowTV will be back. Or will we?
I'm J.L. Larson.
And I'm Sarah Larson.
We're the owners and operators of Freedom Ford in Gunnison, Utah. We've been in business now for 38 years. Of those 38 years, we've done business with Utah Heritage Credit Union for over 20 of them. Even our kids have savings accounts there.
Utah Heritage is a great staple to Sanpete County. Homegrown credit union here that has helped, I believe, thousands of families throughout the valleys.
Welcome back on in. 34-24 Badgers with still a 10-point lead, but Lackawanna struck quickly. Cole, the Badgers, you talk about, dude, are these back-to-back? That was a 2-play drive for Lackawanna, 1-play drive for Snow. Fireworks here in the third quarter.
Yeah, both with explosive plays, 70-plus yard gains. And this is the kind of excitement that we'd expect for these two teams in the way that they've scored already this season.
Well, it was a shootout last year in Scranton, 43-40. The final Badgers scored about under 15 seconds or so to take the lead on the final drive.
We're well on our way to that kind of a score again today.
Especially with 1 to 2 play series, as Rodriguez gives this a low boot. DeBow catches at the 10. Stutters 15-20. Has some blockers. Gets to the 30. Does a good job holding on to the football. Boy, that hand of the special teamer for Lackawanna got a paw on the football, and DeBow held on to it.
He was ripped around there, and it's still hard to get your footing on this. This is nice, new, but slick turf at the Snow College field. And so even returning that, even though the rain is well in the rearview mirror, it was a couple hours ago that we actually saw it in real time, it's still tough footing and tough sledding out there for the guys.
1st and 10, ball will be at the 34. So good field possession again for the Badgers here, as the offense again has been humming ever since the second quarter. And after giving up a big touchdown like that, I think a good, solid, maybe time-consuming drive would be good. Just right up Coach Erickson's recipe book here. Thau takes the snap. It's a give to Wilson. Matt follows a block, falls forward. Just not going to get much there for Matt Wilson. Maybe a half a yard on the play will bring up second down.
Yeah, just one more bounce to the outside, but there's no lost respect, just following your blockers.
Coming off number 99 for Lackawanna, Kevron Danso from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. They do give Matt 1 yard, so second down and 9 coming up here for the Badger offense.
East Stroudsburg, I think, is one of those colleges that's going to be in the PSAC, the conference that Lackawanna will be playing in next year.
Delay give to Matt Wilson, left side tripped up, gets maybe a yard or 2 on the play. Coming up for Lackawanna, that's the linebacker Michael Johnson from Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Getting some Canadian love in there. Probably doesn't get an in-flight meal on his flight from Scranton to Canada. As long as he knows where the concierge is, though.
There you go.
Third down and 7 for the Badger offense. Would love to stay out there. 10:40 to go in the third quarter. Trips near side, single receiver left side for Jack Thau. Thau in the gun, takes the snap. Fires a dart, has a man, it's Rab, and CJ had it right in his breadbasket. Can't hold on for as good as CJ's been. Would love to have that one back. And a 3-and-out. Snow's got to punt it away now.
Thau's had a couple of those short to intermediate routes where he just hasn't been able to put any touch on it. He sees the receiver get a little bit open, and he throws it as hard as he can. And they've had a hard time with drops a couple different times today.
And for some reason, I'm not sure if something's going on the sideline. Is there?
After the play's over, dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 11, Snow. That's a 15-yard penalty.
So another unsportsmanlike on the Badgers. Freddie DeBow picks up the unsportsmanlike.
DeBow was tied up with the entire sideline of Lackawanna on the far side. Took him a while to get back and out, and something must have been said that the officials heard.
So 4th and long, Badgers clearly in punt situation here. Summers has done a nice job with the punt game today. We'll get a chance to flip the field here. Good run kick from Summers. This one takes a winding kick. Fair catch called for at the 35. Might have had a little bit of room out there to run that for Wesley Conover, but he calls fair catch at the 35, and it'll be 1st and 10 for the Falcons.
And so after the touchdown on one play, you go 3-and-out on the next drive. Lackawanna trying to replicate the success that they had with the touchdown scored here in the second half. Still 10-19 to go in the third quarter. Things moving slowly on the game clock because of passing and scoring.
Is this our
quickly.
5th possession of the half?
Yes.
I don't know that we had that many possessions in the Army game in the second half, just because of the ball control and things like that. But wow. 1st and 10 for Tiberi. Jacob takes the snap. Badgers bring 4. Quick hit. What a one-handed snag over on the sideline. That'll be good for a first down. Jamal Jefferson Jr. It wasn't a great throw, but Jefferson stuck his mid out, hauled in the pass, and gets the first down and then some near midfield.
As he's moving backwards, just put out the one paw and bring it in.
Jeez.
Soft coverage, though, from Snow. You want to get up on him whenever that route has stopped the way that it did. He was obviously in a position to get the curl, and so that's when you attack as a defender.
Trips right side, single left for Tiberi. Single back, takes the shotgun snap. Badgers bring 4. Tiberi throws. It's high and out of bounds, incomplete. That was never going to be caught, as Carmelo Taylor was the intended receiver. Has a nice little chat with Coach Erickson there on the sideline. Brings up second down for the Lackawanna offense.
Yeah, things slow down a little bit here in the second half, but Lackawanna's getting set again. Keep that 4 receiver personnel group out there with 1 running back.
Badgers show pressure. Play fake to the outside. It's complete. Tackle missed. Jab step. First down, then some. Pyle now pushing. Still pushing, and well into Badger territory. Past the 40 to the 35. The catch and run from Jamal Jefferson. Moves the sticks, and Lackawanna continuing to drive.
Yeah, and at that point, Jefferson just turned into a running back. He's got a condensed frame where he can just turn the legs and move some power. Lackawanna running tempo.
Handoff up the middle and tripped up, going nowhere. The Badgers get low and bring down Hassan Akanbi for a loss of a yard. That's how you start a new set of downs if you're the Badgers. Coming in on that play for Snow College, number 92. I don't believe, or was that 52? Trying to get that number right there.
It's bunched up on the jersey. I thought you were
I don't
right,
have a 92 on the current roster, so we're going to roll with it for right now. 2nd down and 12. They're going to say they're going to give Brett King part of the tackle there. 8:37 to go in the quarter. Passes low and incomplete that time, trying to go to Jefferson. In coverage was Tenny Worthen, who already has a pass breakup on the day. Also had Tayson Reed there.
And just like that, a drive that looked very promising for Lackawanna has stalled because they go to the run game and the Snow College Badgers are able to bottle up that run. It was the first run of the drive, and it put them behind the sticks.
We got 8:34 to go in the third period. Badgers still with a 10-point lead, but Lackawanna driving a big 3rd down here, maybe 4-down territory depending on what Lackawanna gets here. Tabiri with 10 on the play clock.
And we'll see if the play call indicates any of that. We've been confused by it before.
Tabiri back to pass. Pocket.
Good blitz.
Collapses. Malo fires. It's complete. Malo was in pursuit. Or Mario Williams, was in pursuit. The catch is made. One of the linemen is saying first down. That was not even close to a first down. I mean, maybe within a yard, and that's forward progress is going to mark him just shy. So 4th and short. I'm going to guess Lackawanna goes for this here, probably just outside of Rodriguez's range based on what we've seen tonight.
And the offense is still out there. Then the ball gets moved up a full yard from the initial spot. Well, I think it was just back to where the initial spot was.
So, 4th down and 2 here for the Badger defense.
Bring everyone inside the hashes.
Lackawanna 0 for 1 on 4th downs today. DeBow.
Running back.
Goes wheel route. Akanbi makes the catch, stays on his feet, and is in for 6. Lackawanna has come alive here in the third quarter. The pass from Tabiri to Hassan Akanbi takes it, and for the 2nd time, that wheel route has resulted in points for Lackawanna.
That's the first time that Lackawanna's had a sustained drive where they threw the ball 5 or more times. They usually had been relying on the run earlier in the game when they were having success, and then when they were stymied, they just didn't have drives that lasted 5 plays. That time, through the air, they're able to drive all the way down the field 62 yards.
Rodriguez's kick is very low, but it is good, so with 7:40 to go in the third quarter. Snow College 34, Lackawanna 31 on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10, and SnowTV.
For over 70 years, Cache Valley Bank has been a part of Utah's financial landscape with 23 branches across the state of Utah. Cache Valley Bank isn't just a bank. We're neighbors, partners, and your financial advisors.
Committed to building stronger communities one transaction at a time with secure and reliable solutions, whether it's buying a home, expanding your business, or simply managing your day-to-day finances.
Visit any of our locations in Ephraim, Mount Pleasant, Fairview, or Nephi. Cache Valley Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
Welcome back on in. Lackawanna come alive offensively. The good news for Snow, the Badgers do have a touchdown this quarter, but a 3-and-out on the last drive. Not sure if you're going to be able to afford to do that if you're Snow College.
Holding on to a 3-point lead, Snow College still getting the right number of guys out onto the field for the kickoff team. Yeah, still holding on to a 3-point lead when we've seen Lackawanna come back alive in the first quarter. They scored their 2 touchdowns. Now here in the third quarter, they've scored 2 touchdowns. Hopefully Snow can settle back down and get to more of the game that we saw in the second quarter, a little earlier than the fourth quarter, hopefully.
Now this has been a long quarter as far as like real time goes, with the scores, some incomplete passes, and a couple penalties to boot as Rodriguez approaches. Sends this one somewhat high to the left side. It takes a bounce at the 20. This is a live ball. The Badgers scoop it up, pick it up at the 25-yard line. There that goes down the sideline. Villa with one man to beat. It is Rodriguez who can make the tackle. Slows Villa down, stays on his feet, and gets to the 28-yard line. What a run back for the Badgers, and the special teams comes up big again with a return. Was that Williams or was it Villa?
I believe it was number 8, Kobe
Williams.
Who waited, was wondering if the ball would bounce out of bounds, just give him free yardage up to the 35 or the 40 at the college level. But because the coverage got in front, he was able to get there, and if it wasn't for the kicker's ability to make that tackle, you'd think that he would be scampering into the end zone. As is, was slowed down, and then Lackawanna was able to make the tackle, but still all the way up to the 25-yard line of Lackawanna. Field position back positive for Snow College.
Colby Williams having a game. Did have that one interception that got taken off the board, but special teams, he's been excellent. In coverage on defense, he's been excellent. So excellent start or excellent game overall for Colby Williams.
Officials getting into position here.
2 receivers to either side for Jack Thau. We got a couple receivers on islands here. Going to be interested to see. You got safeties up in the box.
Yeah, everyone within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Thau, it's a give to Rigtrip. Seth hits that hole hard again, keeps the pile pushing, and forward progress going to get Seth about 4 yards on first down and 10.
Before he is pushed back and then whistles.
Oh, boy. And Zach Erickson not happy, wanting a penalty. The Badger
Freddie
faithful
DeBose
don't like it.
again involved down the
and
field.
Freddie doesn't seem that upset about it, but or maybe he's having a conversation with the official, or maybe just getting his shoulder pad put back in. Maybe that was just good hard blocking, and maybe there wasn't anything said or anything else that needed to be had there. So
that's the optimistic view of it.
That's the blindside reference.
Put him on the bus, right? Block him all the way to the bus.
Yeah, what's the call the official makes? It's excessive blocking or something like that. Is they make up a call, right? Anyway, split back set for Thau. Single receiver to either side with a tight end on the near side for Jack. Thau takes the snap. It's a give to Wilson. Matt follows that lead block, pushing, and is only going to get 2, maybe 3 yards. So we'll have third down here for the Badger offense.
Cornerbacks are showing press, and especially without that safety help, you think you can get a shot play, but you got to get yourself into a positive down and distance to be able to take that shot. Right now, third and medium is not that place.
Third down and 5.
And we've seen the kicker with the leg to shoot it from here just in case you don't get it.
Yeah, this is well within Joseph Brandt's range. So 3rd and 5 for the Badger offense. Trips right side, single far side. As Thau design roll to his right, Jack going to step up, throw for the end zone, has a man there. It's caught for a touchdown! Excellent snag from Cale McCoy, and that'll extend the Badger lead.
Long developing play. You're able to move the pocket, get blocking in front, and then the crosser from one side of the field all the way to the other, and Cale McCoy's on the receiving end for a touchdown to breathe life back into the Snow College fans.
That was a big third down, Cole. You take the shot at the end zone. Actually ran into Cale's parents out at West Point in the Army team store. We were kind of checking some things out, and comes from some good folks, and good to see Cale get in the end zone for this Badger offense. PAT on its way from Brandt, and it is through. So with 6:14 to go in quarter number 3, Snow College 41, Lackawanna 31 on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10, and SnowTV.
This school year will be different.
This year, I'll do my assignments on time.
I will listen to my teacher.
I solemnly swear.
I won't eat any glue.
I'll do my homework every night.
Every night.
Research? No problem.
School, I got this.
This year will be different. Visit Centricom.com to power your education with the best internet experience. Everyone succeeds with School to the Power of Centricom.
Big answer from the Badger offense. First, the special teams. Colby Williams coming up and making a massive, massive return. That led to the Badgers with good field position. And then Jack, though, that was where he was really good against Army. Rolling to his right. Cale McCoy ran a great route, had good separation, and hauled it in for 6. So big answer for the Badger offense here. Now up to 41. Colt. They had 6 after 1 quarter of play. As another beauty from Brandt. That's going to be fair caught, called for, muffed. And yeah, he just kneels in the end zone for the touchback. So
3-play drive, travels all 25 yards they needed to go after the wonderful return, as you mentioned, from Colby Williams. 41-31, back to a 10-point lead, and now you're in the 40s, which is where you were at in a game against Lackawanna in the win last year.
Badger defense has now given up back-to-back drives with scores. So we'll see if they can stiffen up here. What kind of adjustments Coach Wilson makes on that defensive staff.
And the juice has come earlier in the game from the edge rushers and collapsing the pocket, and they do a good job sealing the edge on the run game as well. Lackawanna hasn't tried a lot of runs to the outside. It's been mostly interior run attempts as the play action.
Tiberi goes low on the throw, but it is caught by Jamal Jefferson Jr. for a gain of 6 on 1st down and 10. So this has kind of been their MO. Get some stuff going, these quick plays on 1st down. That's kind of been the MO for Lackawanna.
They have worked on each one of these drives, including the punt where the drive didn't work, but they had started each drive with a pass completion for 5 or more yards.
Tiberi option read, leaves it to the back. Flag comes flying in as the back is just driven back by Tayson Reed.
And also we have an injured Lackawanna offensive lineman.
So a flag was thrown. Yeah, this lot to digest on this play.
So let's tackle it one at a time. First of all, Snow College blew up the play, and they pushed him back despite a holding.
And I think where it was 2nd and short, even though there was, minimal gain here, I think you'd take the 10 yards at this point.
Yeah, if it wasn't for forward progress, if you actually got that 7-yard loss on the play, you'd take it. But really, with forward progress, he got close to the line of scrimmage, take the penalty, 2nd down and long.
Cole, what group was I excited to see play on the defensive side of the ball for Snow College in the pregame?
Linebackers.
The linebackers.
The captains that walked out there to do the coin toss. You had Jaden Wright and Tayson Reed, both captains of this Snow College team. And even the guys that aren't listed as starters, you have Mario Williams and also Taylor Mallow, have just been fantastic.
So they'll put it at 5, put a couple seconds back on it. Took a minute there with between the penalty and then the run, the pushing back and everything like that. So
yeah, they whistled the forward progress dead a little bit earlier.
Play action. Throw to the outside. It's a screen play. Complete to Carmelo Taylor, and Carmelo's escorted out of bounds for a short gain on the play.
Didn't get the perimeter blocking that he needed from his fellow wide receiver. It wasn't the stacks formation that they've done previously, but it is the same concept where you bring your slot, your number 2 receiver in and around the number 1 and let him get a down block. Unfortunately, he went outside, and the defender's able to just usher him out of bounds.
Only a gain of a yard. So now that brings up, they got a couple on that due to the penalty. My apologies there. But
yeah,
3rd down and 9.
2nd and 15. Now we're back to 3rd down and 9.
I was going to say, they only gave him a yard on that. I'm getting confused with where we were behind the sticks. So 3rd down and 9 for the Lackawanna offense. Snap to Tiberi, play fake. Pocket does not hold, and he's going to go down. A sack from Mario Williams Jr. Living up to that Mario Williams name, and he brings him down for a big loss. Lackawanna is going to be forced to punt.
I remember distinctly the last time that you and I called a Snow College game. We got buried in the depths of 2006 NFL references, and Mario Williams has just been one of those guys. Having that name and to be able to get after the passer like that's fantastic.
And again, the punting has not been great for Lackawanna today. Barely get this one away. This is a high kick. Fair catch called for at the 49-yard line by Cale McCoy. So the Badgers will take over 1st and 10 on their own 49. This might be the 3rd possession that they've started either on their own or opposing 49-yard line. Now we got a flag again, Cole. These flags that keep sneaking in late.
And if it's going to be running into the kicker, I'm not sure I agree with what I saw. You had Snow College players diving and flailing and flying around his legs, but it looked like they came just short of making contact. And then the punter landed, right? So they didn't take out the plant leg. Punter lands, and then he stumbles a little bit afterwards. So we'll see if one official's trying to talk the other into their version of the story that they saw.
This is a long conversation between these two officials. While that's going on, the Isaiah Jadable, former Snow College offensive tackle, now BYU's left tackle, went from Snow to Colorado and now to BYU. Halftime, Colorado leads BYU 14-10. Chase Roberts able to get a touchdown for BYU right before the half. Let's see what the call is here.
Worth noting, even if it is...
Oh, my goodness. So, leaping, we're thinking back to Colts-Broncos a couple weeks ago. You can't jump over the long snapper. And that's what leaping is. So I'd like to see this again if that's at all possible. But
there was definitely a leap later on where, like we said, a couple of the Snow College guys were going flying as the punt was happening, but I didn't see anyone leaping over the line of scrimmage. That's where the penalty needs to be called.
That is absolutely killer.
The other thing is that the yardage alone wouldn't give you a first down. It was 4th down and 16, but because it's a personal foul, it's an automatic first down.
Wow.
You had pinned them. That's just a great job by your defense, and Lackawanna, the essence of getting bailed out.
And I thought it was halftime for BYU Colorado. It is not. There's a couple seconds left on that, so a little prematurely there. As Tabiri takes the snap, a fresh set of downs. Throws far side, complete to the wide receiver. A flag's going to come in. This is going to be an illegal use of the hands for Snow College as an offensive lineman for Lackawanna lost the helmet as that catch was made by Kylie Patterson. Let's see here.
Another penalty.
Yeah.
Lackawanna has net gained with their offense negative yards on this drive, and yet they've got back-to-back first downs due to penalty.
Wow, that's a back-to-back penalties. Snow College, you're thinking you're getting the ball back, going to have great field position, and now suddenly Lackawanna finds themselves at the 45 of the Badgers. Tabiri takes the snap. It's a handoff up the middle. Badgers snuff it out. Guess who? Tayson Reed was the first man there to bring down a Conby. No gain on the play will bring up second down.
It's a convoy that brought down a Conby there. And that is the first run play. Now, the other run play was called back because of a holding. So the first official run play on this drive, they've been leaning on the pass because the drives have been getting bogged down by running it to a crowd of Snow College guys and not getting any yardage. That's where things have gone poor for Lackawanna earlier in this half. We'll see.
Tabiri throws far side, complete to his receiver on the outside. That is Christian Harrison for a gain of 7 on 1st and 10. Again, they like these little quick hitters on first down. I'm going to give him 6, brings up second down and 4.
And it's because Snow is giving them a cushion on that sideline with their corners. And they're just professional enough to take it.
3rd down and 4 for Tabiri here. Audible comes in from the sideline.
Bring the wide receivers in to a condensed formation.
Tabiri.
4 down linemen for Snow.
Claps the hands, throws right at the sticks. First down for Lackawanna. Good catch from Kylie Patterson.
His body was on it. I don't know if the ball ever would have crossed the 35 to get a first down, but there's no electronic chip in these footballs, and so we get the first down.
These couple of penalties, it's really sucked the energy out of this building. This crowd was really excited. Badgers were getting the football back. The defense had been stout. There's kind of an eerie stillness in a way right now here at Terry Foote Stadium.
Packed home side, and then, not a lot of people traveling from Pennsylvania to Utah for a junior college matchup.
Trips to the right, Tabiri, hands off. Badgers get there in a hurry and nowhere to go with it. Jaden Wright coming up with that play for the Badgers along with number 97, Mike Fasotuloa.
Both runs have gone for -1 yards, and if you threw in the one where they had holding to help them out even more, that one ran for negative as well. Just Lackawanna, generally the axiom of football is that you run and running gets easier the later in the game, and Lackawanna has had a harder time getting positive yardage on the ground the farther this has gone on.
So no gain on the play, 2nd down and 10. 2 receivers near side, 2 to the right for Tabiri. Takes the snap, back to pass, pocket holds, throws sideline, complete to Jefferson, who gets forced out of bounds. But a good gain on first down. Again, I don't think this is going to be quite enough for a first down. They'll mark him a yard shy. So 2nd down and short now as Lackawanna continues to drive under 2 minutes to go here in the quarter.
His eyes were taking you there the whole way, and Snow College still wasn't able to make any crash. The secondary, again, just given too much of a cushion here. You got to get up and press a man.
Badgers run blitz and hit home for a loss on 3rd and short. Mario Williams Jr. and Tayson Reed both in on the play. These backers are balling for the Badgers.
Give them something to cheer about here, and it's a 4th down in go-for-it range. It was 3rd and shorter, but it's still 4th and manageable here.
So a loss of 2 on the play will bring up 4th down and 3. 2 linebackers shot out of a cannon for the Badgers. Big 4th down here.
Yeah, that's just fantastic penetration. We talked about it earlier. When you're shifting your offensive linemen so much, you can fill those holes as defenders and get in quickly. Go for it.
Tabiri throws, sideline, caught right at the sticks. It's enough for a 1st down. It's Tenny Worthen frustrated with the coverage. He and Tayson Reed having a lengthy conversation out there. That's a big conversion. And we've seen those quick hitters, Cole, and that's the perfect time to call a play like that.
The out routes are working, whether to the near or far side of the field. Now, not every quarterback has the arm to get the out route. It's one of the harder passes to make whenever you get into those quarterback camps. But if you got a guy that can do it, Snow College is just giving it to him again. Even you look on this far side, Snow College cornerbacks 10 yards down the field. Now they're walking up, but still a lot of room.
Handoff up the middle. A little bit better of a run that time from Akanbi, and he's going to gain 5 on 1st down.
This drive goes on and on, 12 plays.
Wow.
We thought it was over as a 3 and out on the other side of the field when there were back-to-back penalties that gave you 30 free yards. Now they're moving slowly and taking time off the clock as we head into the 4th quarter.
After 3, Snow College 41, Lackawanna 31. Don't go anywhere. 4th quarter action next on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10 and SnowTV.
The Snow College campus store has something for every member of the family to show their Badger pride. They have hoodies, mugs, car stickers, and more. Online students and parents can get in on the fun too, because now the campus store is online at store.snow.edu. Go there now for all of your Snow College apparel needs. Visit store.snow.edu. That's store.snow.edu.
CO Building Systems in Ephraim manufactures a complete line of pre-engineered metal buildings of all sizes. Plus, they are your headquarters for custom metal roof and wall panels for your home or business, including all trim and accessories. All of their roof and wall panels are available in several gauges and over 20 different colors. For a free cost estimate or more information, contact CO Building Systems in Ephraim. 800-262-5347. That's 800-262-5347. Online at cobuildings.com.
A drive that began well in the 3rd quarter, and Lackawanna continuing to drive it, heading here into the 4th quarter, Cole. This is already a 12-play drive, and they got 2nd and 5 at the 18-yard line.
Lackawanna leads to the time of possession game across the whole game by over 10 minutes. This drive has contributed to it.
Run up the middle. I believe that was Riley Gafuri with the carry. Actually, excuse me, I believe.
Jalen Fletcher.
Jalen Fletcher, my apologies.
Is the name we have on 22.
He's listed as a he is listed as a running back. My apologies, from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. They go quick here, and Fletcher stacked up on 3rd down. I don't think he got the 1st down, so Badgers may have another 4th down here, and they will. The penetration of these linebackers, Cole, has been nothing short of impressive, and this time it was just the defensive line shedding blocks.
Pushing back the offensive line. Bethlehem, if I'm not mistaken, is where the Philadelphia Eagles do training camp.
I believe you're correct.
It's near Philadelphia.
Did you pick Philly this week against Tampa on our show, or did you pick Tampa?
That history in that
rivalry.
That's right.
Tampa
Tampa is the team that gives Philadelphia fits no matter what version of offense that the Eagles come out in. Todd Bowles has their number.
I went with Philly. 4th down and 1. Tabiri takes the snap. Play fake. Roll to his right.
No one bought it.
Tabiri throws across the middle, and it is intercepted. The Badgers pick it off and get to the 10-yard line. Is that Tayson Reed? It sure enough is. What a play from Reed, the game's first live turnover, and the Badgers get the stop on 4th and short.
The captain stops the drive exactly when they needed it. It was a long, time-consuming, sustained drive. 3 or 4 Snow College guys had a good shot at getting that interception.
No, you probably just try and break that up, but at the end of the day, Reed saw and made a play. And some of that's just instinct, right? Going out and catching the football.
So a drive that almost stopped right around this point in the field before we flipped sides due to a punt is then a turnover and an interception. And free play.
Thou loads up, launches. There's 2 guys there, but 1 Badger, and that ultimately falls incomplete as he tried going to Stephon Sellers.
But that's the game plan. That's the game plan on a free play.
And that Badgers have had a plethora of those tonight.
By my count, that'll be the 5th offsides, and I believe one of them was called neutral zone where they stopped the play. But there's been 4 free play opportunities.
Tell you what, enough hankies thrown on those that the party planning committee might start collecting those, because my goodness, that's, you said 5 offsides and at least 4 free plays.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Not to mention the numerous unsportsmanlikes, targets, hands to the face.
Another free play. Thau rolling out to his right, trying to point direct traffic, throws a sidearm pass that is not caught and not in bounds. So we're going to get the Badgers are going to get a first down by virtue of 2 offside penalties.
5 plus 5 is 10.
Wow. That's math Kevin Malone can take care of, and that'll move the Badgers for another Douglas Dentistry first down. Appreciate our scoreboard sponsor tonight, Utah Heritage Credit Union here in Ephraim. My man Greg Sterner, go see him. He's going to take good care of you in the financials. First down and 10 now for the Badgers out at the 20.
And I keep track of how many plays each drive is, the run, pass, splits. There haven't been any official plays for this drive yet. It's just been 2 penalties, and now a fresh set of downs as they march it to the 21-yard line.
Thau takes the snap, confused on the play. Seth somehow makes something out of nothing there. And I don't even know if he got back to the line. I don't even know if they're going to consider this a gain on
That's
the play.
Something, especially, we mentioned it earlier in this game just because we've seen it multiple times, but when that bites you so hard in the last game to cause a fumble and to just not know which direction your counter or your running back's supposed to come off of and move, that's something that's so easy it seems like to clean up through practice.
Right. So
but
a gain of a yard.
Multiple times.
And we've seen BYU do this where sometimes that's intentional to throw the defense off. The running back intentionally goes to the quote-unquote wrong side, but the handoff is clean because that's intentional. Thau on 2nd and 9, plenty of time, now becomes a runner. Jack's going to take off and run, slides, and gets a gain of about 3, maybe 4 yards on 2nd and 9.
That was good recognition by Michael Johnson on the defensive side to immediately start crashing down. That could have been a gain of much longer.
And Thau actually tripped him. I think a Snow coach was saying, hey, did he not hit my guy going to – Jack hit him, if you will. So a gain of 3, 3rd down and 6 for the Badger offense. 12 minutes to go in the ballgame. Snow still with a 10-point lead here on Lackawanna. It was 17-6, 14-0 at one point for Lackawanna. Badger offense exploded. Lackawanna's gotten back into the game. Badgers trying to extend this lead again. Corner blitz comes here. Thau gets rid of it, throws it right to the safety, intercepted. Inside the 20, the 10, the 5, touchdown. A pick 6 gets Lackawanna right back in this game. Michael Johnson, the linebacker, who just made the play earlier.
Yeah, he crashes down, and he's got good play rec, just playing middle of the field. Was able to step in front of the play. It went longer probably than that play is originally designed to go. You got to hit the first window, not the second, and Johnson slammed that window closed and then returned it for 6.
So we're even at 1 turnover apiece. The difference, Lackawanna cashes in on their turnover. Snow College was unable to do so. So now PAT coming for Rodriguez to get this back to a 3-point game with 11:53 to play. Snap's good. Kick is low, but it goes through. So with 11:53 to go here in the 4th quarter, it's Snow College 41, Lackawanna College 38 on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10, and SnowTV.
As a urologist, my job includes treating kidney stones, diagnosing, treating prostate cancer, and other disorders of the urinary system. Here at CVMC, specialists and primary care physicians all work very closely together.
As a family physician, being able to have continuity of care and direct relationships with our specialists is something we're very fortunate to have here.
I'm Dr. David Sewell, board-certified urologist. I'm proud to provide state-of-the-art care here at Central Valley Medical Center.
Badgers and Falcons, a pick 6 gets Lackawanna right back in the ballgame, 41-38. Snow still with a 3-point lead. And what's just been I said this would be a shootout before the game. I said my final score prediction when we were talking to Director of Broadcasting Joe Williams, I said 42-35 was my final guess for Snow. It's 41-38. The problem, that's not going to be the final score the way this has gone. We still got 12-ish minutes of football to play.
Almost a whole fourth quarter to go, and we talked about both teams were in the 40s the last time they played, but Snow College is on a little bit of a winning streak in this rivalry game. They've got to hold things together now and get the offense right back out there after a pick 6.
Rodriguez to approach. Sends this a little sideways. Return for the Badgers at the 10. Stutter step. I believe this is Stephon Sellers. Stays on his feet. A flag is going to come in. Sellers gets out to the 40-yard line, but the bad news is this is likely coming back with a hold or a block in the back.
Yeah, he showed the athleticism, did a little hurdle, got over.
Number 45, that's a 10-yard penalty, spot on foul. Snow College first down.
And the hold's happening right here on 45. So he's standing at the 25, which will probably march you back to the 15, I would imagine.
I give Lackawanna a lot of credit. It seemed like they were completely out of this game. It's 34-17. They have answered with 21 points of their own off of several different scoring in a variety of ways. So Badger offense comes back out and
Snow College
needs to regroup.
They have the 3-point lead, and they've looked good on offense, but what we haven't seen is a long, sustained drive. They've been taking advantage of short field position, but even there on that last play, that last drive that they had after this play.
Rigtrip runs forward right into a wall, gain of maybe 2.
The pick happens so far in your own territory that you're, again, facing a long field in front of you, and then that drive is stopped by an interception by Lackawanna. So we need to see Snow College just tack some plays together and drive down the field.
And so important for the Badgers to use some of that clock to their advantage here. So they give him 3, 2nd down and 7 after the gain from Rigtrip. Trips to the left, Paiva in motion. Foul, takes the snap, gets it to the outside. That's just a low pass. That never had a chance as it hit the dirt trying to get it to Villa. 3rd down and 7 now coming up.
And that's the pass that the Snow College sideline has had to watch Lackawanna make time after time after time to matriculate the ball down the field. It is a harder pass than their quarterback was making it look, and then Thau is unable to connect there, despite room and an open receiver.
So 3rd down and 7. 11 minutes to go. Badgers still with a 3-point lead, but inside their own 20-yard line. Trips to the left, single receiver right side for Thau. Jack takes the snap. Pocket holds. Jack escapes it. Just dumps it off. Excellent play. A lot of room for the Badgers. Gets to the 30, 35, 40. Upended. An excellent open field tackle, but still the catch and run for the first down. Who else? C.J. Rabb III with a catch and run, and he moves the sticks with a Douglas Dentistry first down.
That was very important, especially being behind the sticks here. We watched Thau just get it to a playmaker. Lackawanna gave him plenty of room, and then trying to split blockers. Sent heel overhead.
Rashawn Giddens with the tackle for Lackawanna. Badgers now go with that tight formation with a single receiver to either side. Tight end as a fullback. Thau, the option read, give to Rigtrip. Stutter step from Seth. He spins forward, gains 2, maybe 3 yards. Will bring up 2nd down, but the clock does run, as we'll get under 10 minutes before the next snap.
Yeah, we mentioned at that 3rd, 4th quarter break that Lackawanna College was leading in the time of possession by over 10 minutes. What Snow College could use and to give their defense a little bit of a break here, especially on back-to-back possessions after a pick 6, is just a long, sustained, first down heavy drive. Even when Snow College was leading by a lot more, first downs had been pretty even because Lackawanna just goes on those kind of drives.
2nd down and 6. Thau with the snap, the give to Rigtrip, the play action. Throw to the outside to Peters, who's going to get the first down before being brought down, but it's likely something either procedural or neutral zone.
It's motion at the snap, so your receiver was coming in and never got set.
And that's just because that play was ran to perfection. Peters had all the room. That's going to back the Badgers up here. Yeah, you got the 2 guys. One of them's got to get reset. You can have the one in motion at the snap. An unfortunate error after the catch and run from Peters.
But that's a little variation, right, on John Gruden's favorite play, Spider 2Y banana, where you pull the fullback over and hit him in the flat. And it works so well because you have the fly route from your receiver, who wasn't set and was also in motion, to just empty out that whole half of the field. So it's a play to keep in your pocket. There's still a long fourth quarter to go. That may be one that we see again before the game is done.
Trips right side, single receiver near side on 2nd and 12 after the 5-yard penalty. Thau steps up in the pocket, throws a sidearm, has a man wide open. It's Villa who gets the first down and gets out of bounds into Falcon territory at the 46.
That was a great rip from the quarterback. Thau had to change the arm angle to get it around the color in his face.
What a route. All alone, Kazon Villa moves the sticks.
Just giving yourself some space. That's one of those targets as an earned stat kind of things.
Sure.
If you make yourself wide open, it's because you're good at your job.
First down and 10 Badgers at their own the opposing 46. Audible comes in from the sideline.
Heavy formation here. A couple tight ends on either side.
One receiver to either side. Single back is Rigtrup. Thau takes the snap. Delayed draw. Rigtrup stutter steps. Good run from Seth on first down. He's going to get 4. We'll bring up 2nd down and 6.
Snow College they do a really good job utilizing these tight ends, right? In the modern NFL, we see more 12 personnel than 21 personnel, right? More tight ends than necessarily a fullback in the game. But the way you can move your tight ends in the formation lets them act like fullbacks when you're running a more traditional run game.
Badgers go no huddle, and then before they can snap it, get a new play call in.
Still 17 on the play clock, plenty of time.
I think this is part of that, is not wasting time, but certainly milking a little bit of clock here. 2nd down and 6. Thau takes the snap.
Lackawanna
play
rushing.
fake. Gets to the outside. Passes complete to the tight end. No, he drops it. Oh, Peters had it right in his breadbasket and could not hang on. The incomplete pass now brings up 3rd down. Might have not got the first down, Cole, but would have been awfully close here.
Such a nice feathered pass to get it over the linebacker and under the DB. Hits you in the hands. Yeah, you at least would have been set up for a 3rd and very manageable, if not the first down, like you said. Just bounces off the hands.
The 2 tight ends will sub here. We now get trips near side, single receiver far side for Thau with a single back. Play clock's at 13 seconds. Badgers break the mini huddle. Thau with 8 on the clock. Down to 7, takes the snap, back to pass. Throws on a slant, and it's dropped by Villa. Back-to-back drops from the Badgers. You're now going to get 4th down, and the punt unit is going to come out here. You're going to play with that 3-point lead. You're maybe questioning if that's maybe 4th and 2, Cole. I think Coach Erickson, being the aggressive guy he is, goes for it. But where it's 4th and 6, they are going to punt.
The way Villa's hands weren't up, it looked like he didn't know that he was the hot receiver if things came down. That's something you always got to be aware of.
Summers to punt. The
Flags.
Aussie gives it a high kick. Fair catch called for at the 10. This may not matter, though, with it being likely in another illegal punt formation, which we've seen.
Before you talk to Coach Erickson this week, let's take a look at the college football rule book to see exactly what the illegal formation is that that both teams have been called on by this particular ref crew that you just don't often see. In years of doing high school ball and of watching a lot of college, that actually an illegal shift and not the illegal formation.
Interesting. So that they tack that on from the 10, so it'll be 1st and 10 from the 15 for Lackawanna.
But yeah, I'd be curious to hear if Coach Erickson gets any explanation from the refs, if you can just talk to them, to figure out if that's something that is easy to clear up before next week or if it's something that just this ref crew is particularly eyeing.
So 1st and 10, Lackawanna. Badgers did take up a lot of time on that drive. Took up, 4 minutes, Cole? 4-ish minutes of game time?
Would make it the longest by time possession of the game for Snow.
So here we go, 1st and 10. Tabiri takes the snap. Blitz comes, gets rid of it, has single coverage, but didn't throw the right route, or was the hit affecting the throw? That's what I want to see. Robertson was in coverage.
He was staring into a blitz.
Jaden Wright was right there.
Gave it the pump fake, and I think his arm was affected by one of the blitzers. Because when you give a pump fake, you know it's a slant and go. And so he wants to throw the go all the way down. The arm just didn't make it.
2nd down and 10.
The other thing to talk about, yeah, it's cool that Snow College was able to take a lot of time off the clock on that last drive, but there's still 7:42, and
Sure.
it's only a 3-point lead. That's not clock-salting time.
No.
You still want to make sure that you score on every possession, especially in a game that's been as high-powered as this.
Trips near side. They go with a run to the left. Following a lead blocker, a good run on 2nd down. Keeping the legs churning as Hassan Akanbi gets the first down for Lackawanna and moves the sticks. Excellent run and excellent lead blocking out front. Had a tight end in there, and then when you can follow your right tackle that far downfield on a run, good things are going to happen if you're a tailback.
Yeah, and history's shown when Lackawanna has been pinned back like they just were on this drive, Snow's been able to be aggressive and get them. Good snuff out on the screen.
Right on cue. The Badgers do just that. Combination of Snow players in on that play, including Mario Williams Jr.
When Lackawanna starts a drive inside their own 20, right, not on the 25 like the touchback would be, they've been stopped for a 3-and-out. So that's the first down that first down that they've got on such drives with that kind of field position. But now Snow can still buckle down and get a stop here after just the one first down they've gotten so far.
Loss of 3, 2 receivers tight to either side. Pass is incomplete as he tried to get it. It was a little off for the receiver, trying to get it to the tight end, Esau Palmore, but Palmore didn't have quite enough balance to catch that before he was pushed. 3rd down and long. Big 3rd down for the Badger defense.
And you're in the right down and distance for your defense to be able to attack. This is a passing down. Even if you get a little bit of it, it's probably not 4-down territory because you're so far back in your own territory. And so let these pass rushers rip. Keep your talented and athletic linebackers in that middle of the field where he's like to throw. And also make sure your safeties are deep to stop the big play, the big chunk play that they've been able to have.
3rd down and 13, snap to Tiberi, and this is going to get blown dead. An encroachment. The Badgers jump.
3rd and really long is just going to be 3rd and sort of long.
Oh, they get the false start to Lackawanna.
Longer.
Wow. So that'll back Lackawanna up on 3rd and 13. We now have 3rd down and 18. Badger defense put in a position to succeed. Now the question is, will they be able to take advantage of this?
Lackawanna's had more called penalties on them on this day, but most of them have come on their defense. They had a delay of game earlier on. That's the first false start on their offense.
Crowd making some noise here at Terry Foote Stadium. The snap to Tiberi. Badgers bring 5. Tiberi loads up, launches, overthrows his target, and it's outside the outstretched arms of TJ Hudson, the safety. Ball is incomplete. There are no flags, and the Badgers will force a punt from Lackawanna with 6:28 remaining in the game.
So it's not a 3-and-out, but it's a 6-and-out, and that'll work when you're pinning them that far in their own territory. And now you can start winning the field position game again like you were in that second quarter.
And the punting has not been good from Lackawanna. It's been better than it started. Through the first 3 punts, it was, 16 yards per punt in the first half?
Very bad. And you wondered if that would even change the coaching decision coming into the second half. It was so bad.
Substitution issue here with the Snow special teams. Now they get it right. So now we go. 6:28 left. Punt coming here for Lackawanna. The snap's good. The kick on its way, nearly blocked, and maybe the best spiraling punt. Fair called for by McCoy. He gets under it. Boy, dangerous near run into the kicker, and then the safe, sure hands of Cale McCoy falls on it at the 47-yard line.
There was also a little wrestling 2-point takedown by one of the blockers on the Lackawanna side that he immediately looked up to see if he was going to get called for a flag on it. Yeah, good hands. Looks like they'll spot him at the 48.
Stick with us through our postgame show. We'll be giving away our Sanpete Steel Man of the Game. Winner gets a Sanpete Steel hoodie. Got a couple names in mind, Cole, for that award.
And it's been a high-flying enough game that we have a lot to choose from.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of success, right? Sometimes when it's back and forth, but it's a grudge match, it's a little bit harder to find who those players have been.
1st down and 10 for the Badger offense. Thau in shotgun. Miscommunication again on the handoff, and Jack's going to get brought down for a loss. That has happened. This is game 5. You can't have that kind of stuff happen for the Badgers this deep into the season. Khalif Spencer with the TFL, and it's a loss of 5.
Out of Harrington, Delaware, in that Philadelphia area.
2nd down and 15, 5:53 to go.
And counting. Break the huddle at 15 seconds on the play clock.
Play clock is down to 10. Thau takes the snap. It's his design roll to his right. Jack pointing, throws it low. That was
well out of
caught,
bounds.
but yeah, very out of bounds was Paiva, and that stops the clock.
Thau was pointing to Taiva and telling him to go, and Paiva was not going. And eventually he ends up just, I mean, that's dirt in it, essentially. That's just throwing it to a guy that's healthily out of bounds.
That's tough to stop the clock at this juncture.
On a third down and very long now coming up.
I would say you go down, if it was me, you go down, you let the clock wind, even if it is a short loss, because either way you're going to have 3rd and long here. So 3rd and 15, for this Badger offense. They go trips left side, or to the left near side, right side, single receiver. Blitz coming off the edge. Pocket holds. Thau stepping up, sidearms it. It's low, but it is caught by Stephon Sellers. They say incomplete. They rule it an incomplete pass.
And he came back. Thau just a little bit more juice on this. He's forced to sidearm it because the blitzing linebacker late.
Good call. That's a great call.
Bounces off the turf.
So the Badgers take less than a minute off the clock, and we'll have to punt it back to Lackawanna here with 5:31 remaining in the game.
And the sack, the big loss on 1st down, puts you into passing down on 2nd and 3rd, and that forces you to be unable to take any more clock, and you didn't get any yards on him either.
Summers to punt. Gives it a really good boot, tracking it back at the 11-yard line, and the fair catch was called for by Kylie Patterson. So Badgers unable to get anything going, a 3-and-out, but a good punt will force Lackawanna to go a good ways. Now keep in mind, Lackawanna's kicking game, if you're looking at tying the game, if you're Lackawanna, even at mountain level, their kicking game with Rodriguez has been minimal. It was a 27-yard field goal in the first half in the 2nd quarter, and the PATs have all been good, but they've been low. The range is simply not there. The accuracy may be there for Rodriguez when it comes to PATs, but doesn't have the most insane range. And now we've got another flag out on the field.
Refs are conferencing.
Another conference room meeting out there. Wow.
Could go either way at this point. As soon as the ref holds his arms out like this, we've seen unsportsmanlikes called a lot on both
So
teams.
the punt gets down at the 11. It's now going to be 1st and 10 at the 26 for Lackawanna.
And we just on that last drive talked about the importance of Lackawanna, for Snow College's defense, that is, the importance of Lackawanna starting things inside their own 20, how Snow's been able to tee off and stop them. This one starting out more at that normal field position around the 25, 26-yard line.
Tabiri with trips to the right, single receiver left, communicating with his offensive line. Now backs up. 5:24 to go in the ball game. A 3-point lead for Snow College. Defense needing to come up with another stop. Tabiri pumps with it. Running out of time. Now becomes a runner. Goes forward. Pumps. Freezes the defender and then gets the 1st down. Tabiri, who has not been a runner all night, to my knowledge, gets the scamper there. Gets out past the 40 to the 41-yard line. 1st and 10. Lackawanna. And they've got another injured guy down.
That was the Jameis Winston pump fake where you're already running well past the line of scrimmage, but defenders don't know that always, and so he froze him.
You know, Colt, this has been a really clean game as far as injuries go. We haven't seen a lot of guys really needing to, come off for any plays or even any injury timeouts like so. Let's take the timeout. We'll take a minute, be right back right here on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10 and SnowTV.
We are all part of a team. Whether you are the quiet hero or the newest recruit, the steady anchor or the moral support, your team needs you. At Intermountain Health, San Pete Valley Hospital, we want to be part of your team. Partner with us on your health and continue to be a game changer for your teammates.
Welcome back. Good to see Carmelo Taylor get off the field. Was hobbled, though, going to the sideline.
Lackawanna still down, and they want that big play threat on the field as much as they can.
We've got 1st down and 10 for the Falcons.
Snow showing one deep safety and bringing their slot corner up to the line as well. Slash safety. They like running this personnel group with 4 down linemen and 3 talented linebackers.
Brings that back in the game as Fletcher. Back to pass to Beery. Pocket collapsing. Tabiri rolls out to his left, just fires a dart at the sideline. It's incomplete. There are no flags on this play. Brings up 2nd down.
It's that time you only rush 3. And your slot corner was in a position to just hurry things up for the quarterback. And he's forced to throw it well out of bounds.
Was there a penalty here? The way the body language is, the body language is weird out there right now, and I don't think there was a penalty. So
play clock's just now started, so things were frozen for a while.
4:48 to go in the ball game. Second and 10.
A lot of motion.
Yeah.
Snow College saw it. We said before that Lackawanna up until this point had been pretty clean on the offensive procedurals. Their defense had been forced to bite quite a bit, but now back-to-back possessions with false starts for Lackawanna.
So 2nd and 10 will become 2nd and 15 here with 4:48 to play in the ball game. Some fun chatter going between these two offensive, and they've been battling all night, these two defensive lines, but this is good fun chatter. So this has been an emphasis in football across the board.
Okay.
You cannot mimic signals or calls as a defender to cause a false start, essentially. So they say that's what happened.
So many offenses have gone to the Jackson Dart style of play snap count.
Speaking of John Gruden, or the John Gruden reference earlier. So
that's right.
2nd down and 5 now. Tabiri throws far sideline complete. 1st down and then some. A flag comes hauling in. Ref's got an arm on him. My goodness, what a toss.
Got it to the spot. But, yeah, you'd think that no matter how many times you scream Omaha or, yeah, here we go, as a defense, it's not going to fool the offense if they're just waiting for a clap anyway.
An offensive pass interference. Was this a pick play? Was that the kind of thing that we saw? Let's see on this. That's fascinating to see. So that's going to back things up for Lackawanna now. See on this replay. They're going to call that a pick.
That's the clear out, and especially that far down the field, that's definitely a pick play. They don't call OPI very often on the guy that's pushing off. Another Eastern Pennsylvania native, Ben Solak, who's on ESPN now, will tell you that. Always commit OPI.
Tabiri over the middle, and it goes off the intended receiver's hands. Jamal Jefferson had some grass. Coming to lay the wood, though, was TJ Hudson from his safety spot.
Just a little bit of alligator arms. Heard the footsteps. And now it's 3rd down and huge.
3rd down and 20.
3rd down and Schrute Farms. Distance, make Ryan walk a little bit.
Oh, temp. 4:31 left in the ball game. This is as big of a 3rd down. Both teams, again, spent timeouts in the first half, have not spent any here. Tabiri on 3rd and long, being chased, flushed out of the pocket, throws it high, trying to go up for a one-handed snag. On the sideline was Harrison. He does not haul it in. Badgers force 4th down and 20. That offensive pass interference call looms large for Lackawanna.
And it was the right call, right? And even if he gets up there and gets that stab, it was in front of the sticks even to start, right? It would have been 4th down and 11 if he makes that circus grab. He didn't. It's 4th down and even bigger.
Punt coming here. And again, the Lackawanna punts have been much better in the second half. It was an average of 16 per punt in the first half.
At some point, though, when you're still trailing, you got to wonder when the 4th down tries will come.
McCoy fair catches it. Good field position for the Badgers out at the 44-yard line where it'll be 1st down and 10. 4:19 to go. Cool. I said this likely wouldn't be the final score, and the moment I said that, we have not had another score.
Yeah.
Funny enough.
Scoring has been halted here, and yet it still feels like a good game. Remember the 2017 final, the first Cavaliers-Warriors, or the second Cavs-Warriors finals when LeBron had the big block?
The pin down.
Man, the score was just stopped at 89 to whatever it was for so long, but it never felt like we lost momentum of the game. That's what this has felt. It's still good defensive football being played.
First down and 10 Badgers. All 3 timeouts for both squads in this top 15 JUCO matchup. Thal with the split back set. Blitz coming. The give to Rigtrup. Seth stutters. Hits that hole hard. And he is gone. Seth Rigtrup to the house for 6. No flags. Badgers extend the lead.
That will not be the final score, Tanner. Right on cue. Snow College scores again. Rigtrup slow and patient, following his blockers and just
shot a gap. My goodness. Looking like Mo Schrute heading to park some cars. What a run from Seth Rigtrup.
One play drive. You love to see it.
Badgers again in this swing. PAT will now bring it back in. Second time Rigtrup's taken a call to the house on one play. Snap's good, hold good, kick is on its way, and it is through. So with 4:07 to go in the ball game, Snow College 48, Lackawanna 38. Don't go anywhere on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10, and SnowTV.
Hey, what does the dentist of the year get? A little plaque. Well, all humor aside, a little plaque can be deadly. Let Dr. Colton Douglas at Douglas Dentistry make sure that a little plaque doesn't cause you a major health concern. Your good health is dependent on good dental hygiene, so make a call today and make sure you get to show off that awesome smile for years to come. Call Douglas Dentistry's new phone number, 435-258-9001, 435-258-9001.
Welcome back on in. 4:07 to go in the ball game. Seth Rigtrup, another house call, puts the Badgers with a little bit more of a cushion of protection, if you will. Up 10 with 4:07 to go. 48 by this Badger offense. Now, a week ago, Lackawanna's loss to Georgia Military was a 49-35 game as Brant sends this sky high. Fair catch called for, and Lackawanna will have it at the 25.
Snow College has been flirting with this 10-point lead for most of the second half after Lackawanna got off to a pretty hot start in the third quarter. It was sitting at 41-31 and now 48-38 here. And if this score holds, that'll be a Lackawanna scoregami to boot.
I like it. And the fact that you have, I mean, this could not have come together better. A guy from Pennsylvania. It's Scranton, PA, where the school's at. They provide us with scoregami. It's all coming together, isn't it?
More. It's been a fantastic call, and it's been a fantastic product on the field to talk about the whole time, too.
Talk about the dream team. That's some Michael Scott Paper Company stuff coming together right there. 2 to either side here for Tiberi. Back to pass. Fires, sideline caught. Only going to be a gain of 4, maybe 5. Got hit as he threw to Tiberi. Stayed upright, but does complete the pass. And the good news for the Badgers, the clock will wind.
And now Snow's clamping down on that, right? Much better pursuit out to those out routes along the sideline. There's still a little bit of a cushion, but they're tackling well.
Tiberi on 2nd and 5, throws sideline. It's low. Is this caught? They're going to say incomplete. So clock stops at 3:41. 2nd and 5 becomes 3rd and 5.
Tiberi whistled that one just to give it a chance to be caught. Is impressive. Snow was running a stunt, and again, they're getting pressure on him. Even when you only rush 3 or 4, Snow affecting the pocket.
3rd down and 5. 2 to either side. And at this juncture, you're going for it on 4th down if you're Lackawanna here.
3:41.
Even with all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute timeout. A dart over the middle. It's caught by Jefferson. First down to the 40-yard line, and he will not move any further there as that moves the chains and keeps the drive alive for Lackawanna. Big chain mover for the Falcons.
They avoid the 3 and out. They'd punted on back-to-back possessions, and then there was an interception before that. Lackawanna hasn't scored since their touchdown in the third quarter.
Tiberi back to pass. Pocket collapses. Ball goes forward. Is this a live football?
It should be a fumble.
They say the Badgers have it. Heading back the other way at the 35-30. Strung up Stays on his feet at the 20. Shedding tackles inside
Blockers.
the 10 with blockers, and he's down at the 2-yard line. The fumble recovery for the Badgers will set him up with a first down and goal. Number 54, Saleh Kunuka Williams, who has had a phenomenal ball game tonight with a big fumble, nearly takes it in for 6, and the Badgers have first and goal.
Actually, that may have been number 64. I'm mistaken.
64 coming up with that play. Okosutino Sa.
Woods Cross High grad from right here in Utah.
Shedding tacklers as he's going. Looking like the fridge. We've got an injured player down here on the sideline, and it looks like it is a Lackawanna Falcon. If we can get that replay again, that would be fantastic because it was the pressure here. Let's see.
Tiberi was holding it loose. So watch early in the play, he fakes a pump fake almost, and he's just loose with the ball.
Yep.
Then it's pawed
Never
out.
comes forward with it.
Certainly, clear fumble, and then a scoop and almost
Now we
score.
gave Salehe Kunuka Williams credit for the recovery. He might have been the one who ultimately forced that as an excellent return, and unfortunately that is Jacob Tiberi being returned to the sideline.
And it was, the injury happened. He was stopped all the way over here on the sideline, so we'd seen the quarterback for Snow College, Thau, try chasing down on his interception and getting into the mix there. So credit to Tiberi for going and trying to chase things down after it was his fumble that was returned. But
so now
don't want to see your quarterback going off injured, especially when you're about to go down possibly 17.
First and goal from for the Badgers at the 3-yard line, 4-yard line. Thau and gun. Jack takes the snap, gives to Seth. Rigtrip stutter steps into the end zone. Exclamation point from Seth Rigtrip, and for the second straight game, Seth Rigtrip with a hat trick, 3 touchdowns for the tailback.
And for the second straight drive, it's a one-play drive to get into the end zone for Snow College. That's some pretty good efficiency from your offense.
Yeah, you love to see it. 54 for the Badgers with the PAT pending. Just literally, Cole, 3 minutes ago, we had a 41-38 game. A long run from Rigtrup, a forced fumble that the Badgers were able to take advantage of. And barring anything wild, Snow College should hold on and win this football game.
Less than 3 minutes to go. Lackawanna even
jumping off sides on the PATs.
On the PAT try. And at that point, there's not a lot of danger because you don't particularly want to see Snow College go for 2 up this many, although it would be the
analytical thing to do.
Right, but
Juab did it last night in the high school game I called. They got an offside on a PAT, decided to go for 2.
There you go.
Yeah.
Just not the sporting thing whenever you're up by
sure.
this much.
And see, that was in the first quarter of the high school game I was doing last night.
Then you got to try it. Oh, and a little push here. We saw on the replay after the flag, Lackawanna pushing and shoving. There might be an additional flag, and if it's one of these dead ball sorts, then we can add it to the kickoff. Yeah, just pretty blatant, as you can see on Snow College TV, SnowTV.
Big shout out to our whole crew. This has been a phenomenal broadcast here tonight. A+ coverage by our SnowTV crew. This is talk about heading to corporate and having a meeting. This is
How
this
do
is
they
taking
get
a
the
minute.
table in and out of the conference room?
It's a real question, isn't it? In the paper which just came out.
Yeah.
That table stays in said conference room the entire time.
There you go. That makes sense.
They're always
It's
at
a
a
big
table. Yeah. It's not one of those.
At the Stanford branch, there's a table in there as well, and it makes sense.
They end up calling this a false start on the Badgers, which for a PAT isn't the biggest deal on planet Earth.
Especially with the leg that you have. Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go. The way this has kind of worked out for the Badgers, it still moves them back a little smidge just because it's half the distance to the goal at this point, but Extra point coming. The snap. Good. Hold good. PAT. Also good. And a flag comes in.
Just in case.
We'll wait to see what the call is here. PAT, I feel like, should be good either way. Either this is dead ball on Snow or it's in. Yeah, they're coming to the sideline.
Why have I been separating my whites and colors in the laundry that we've been seeing on the field today?
That was a pull. That was a very nice pull. Boy, we've had a lot of conference room meetings here in the second half, haven't we? Leaping. That's what the replay showed. He hopped the center.
All right.
So there you go. 2:52 left in this one. Snow 55, Lackawanna 38. We'll be back on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network at TeamHive.live.
My art is an expression of my identity. As an artist, my identity is everything. Every stroke I make depicts my purpose, and every signature brings my dreams to life. I am La Morena. With my style check-in account from Mountain America Credit Union, I can create with confidence, knowing I have built-in identity protection. This premium future lets me stay focused and bring color to the world. Open a new checking account today. Make my style your lifestyle.
That penalty enforced on the kickoff as Brandt just sends this. It takes a bounce, and it was never fair caught. So it's going to be a first down at the 1-yard line for Lackawanna.
And at first I thought there was going to be a Snow College player at the bottom of all that to pick it up, but here a Lackawanna player is injured, and now with less than 3 minutes to go and a big lead opened up, you just want to get out of this game healthy.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of injuries, as mentioned, throughout this game, but now starting to pile up a little bit, especially on the Falcon side of things. Snow's been able to get out of this fairly unscathed so far. But for Lackawanna, this is their third time we've had an injury timeout. And, Cole, we've seen some kickoff blunders in the NFL as of late.
We're both familiar.
Both our teams in losses. I'm trying to remember when that took place in the Pittsburgh game. Was that at a critical junction? Or I'm a red zone guy, you know.
Yeah, the game was still certainly in play, and it seems like after that, things just got out of hand.
Yeah.
Going down.
Well, the Cardinals had come back to tie the game.
Yeah,
We're down 2 scores, and Chad Ryland, and I get what he was trying to do. He was trying to force a return to milk some of that time off the clock. But you give Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Big Jigba the ball at the 40. I knew it was. I'm like, oh, this one completion, big completion, and this is over. And sure enough, that's what happened. Life as a Cardinals fan. Player able to come off for Lackawanna. Stick with us for our post-game show. We'll give away our Satakoy Steel, my apologies, Sam Pete Steel player of the game.
Also, I mean, you just mentioned that Cardinals again. Both of these kickoff blunders against the Seahawks. It was the Steelers' loss against Sam Darnold and those Seahawks.
And see, I don't think
that kind of opened up.
I don't think Seattle's that good. I don't think they're bad. I don't think they're a great team.
Their defense does some interesting things with Mike McDonald.
Busy Sunday tomorrow. A couple Badgers in action on with Garrett Bowles on Monday. Jalen Warren, your Steelers.
What, 7 in the morning, Utah time?
That's right, over in Ireland. A handoff up the middle for Lackawanna, just trying to get them some breathing room, and it's a good run. It's going to keep things churning. A gain of 5 on first down. Was that a Conby with the carry? Good run for Lackawanna.
Lackawanna starting this drive from their own 3 after the kicking error. Previously, they had started a drive on their own 5, and that was a 3-and-out and punt. And the punt went straight up in the air because they didn't get much of a run up to it. Substitution here for Snow.
Clock winding at 2:19. Tabiri does take the snap, hands off, stutter step, right side, a lowering of the shoulder. Going to be right at the sticks for Lackawanna. I believe that's Jalen Fletcher that's in at running back. And it is, and he gets the first down for the Falcons. As we hit the 2-minute timeout, it is brought to you by Central Valley Medical Center. We'll take it and be back right here on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10 and SnowTV.
Doesn't that sound relaxing? At Risk Managers, we want to help you always feel that relaxed. So when you hear this, or this, or this, you know that you're protected. Peace of mind insurance solutions for individuals and businesses so that you can always sit back and enjoy your drink.
Sanpete Steel in Moroni was founded in 1994 and is one of the major steel construction companies in the Intermountain West. Specializing in structural steel fabrication and assembly, Sanpete Steel's impressive portfolio includes the Hales Theater in Sandy and structures on the campuses of the University of Utah, BYU, and UVU. Sanpete Steel in Moroni, where their motto is done right and on time at 685 East Main Street. Call today at 800-261-1026. That's 800-261-1026. Or go to sanpetesteel.com.
Welcome back on in. That is the 2-minute timeout, and it is brought to you by Central Valley Medical Center. Having chronic knee pain from a worn-out knee? Check out the new Rosa Knee robotic technology at CVMC. Give them a call at 623-3200.
We mentioned head coach Mark Duda for the Lackawanna College team. He's got the most wins for this program. He's been their coach for the almost whole existence of the program. And he is in a chase for the most wins all time and the NJCAA level. This season, in fact, he passed a Utah connection. It's Greg Croshaw from Dixie. Now Utah Tech had 214 wins all time. Duda just recently passed him on the all-time list this season with 216.
This 2-minute timeout did take a little longer than I think the officials were sorting something out. But we're here to go. So 1st down and 10, Lackawanna's at their 15-yard line. 2 minutes left in this one. Badgers, again, if you looked away for a minute, it was just a 3-point lead for Snow. 2 late touchdowns. A fumble ran back inside the 5 that the Badgers capitalized on. There's the snap here to Tiberi. Throws over the middle. It's complete. 1st down. Catch and run to the outside. I want to say that's 17. Keon Jenkins, the sophomore from Wayne, New Jersey, moves the sticks. 1st down, Lackawanna. Clock continues to run at 1:42. 2 receivers to either side here for Tiberi. Claps the hands, surveys, throws over the middle, complete. Jefferson spins out of it, looks to fall forward near the marker, be about a yard shy.
It's a little bit of that soft defense again, this time for good reason. You're up by 17, but this was the kind of frustrating defense that we saw early in the 3rd quarter that was just allowing Lackawanna to walk and trot down the field and get into the end zone. Now it's a little bit more tolerable with just 1:11 to go.
2nd down and 2. Tiberi fires far side, complete. 1st down. Catch made by Jenkins. I'll stop the clock momentarily. Now they wind it. Under a minute to go now for Lackawanna. And Snow College is going to move to 3-2. Get back in the win column after a 2-game losing streak. Get a win over a top 15 team. Tiberi steps up, going to take a shot for the end zone, and it is intercepted. And that will be all that she wrote. Coming up with the INT for the Badgers, number 22, Tenny Worthen.
And that's how you walk off in style. It was a big win. Getting 55 on the scoreboard is a big deal as well against this kind of a rival in this high profile of a game. Tenny Worthen is able to close the door on a ranked win for the Snow College Badgers.
And a much-needed one. You know, you're getting into this extremely difficult stretch of a schedule, right? You get Iowa Western next. They're currently ranked 2nd. Georgia Military after that at number 6 in the country. You needed this one. You needed to start somewhere for Coach Zach Erickson. And, you know, coaches are always going to be looking at cleaning things up, right, and getting things figured out. But a big win for the Badgers. You were down 14-0 early, 17-6 after 1 quarter. They're able to come out, make things happen.
Lackawanna has already lost once to Georgia Military on the season. They have another one on the schedule for their homecoming night all the way into November. on the schedule. There's a couple teams the Lackawanna's scheduled twice this season.
Yeah, and they're also an independent. As part of why they're moving to D2. Made a little bit more sense on that point. That's your final score. Snow College 55, Lackawanna 38. We'll take a break and be back with your post-game show next, right here on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10, and SnowTV.
I thought there was only one way to do college. I knew I needed training to set me up for a great career, but I didn't have 4 years. Snow helped me discover that college doesn't have to be about sitting in classes, counting down the hours. They showed me a way to get the edge I needed, and fast. The best part was with their low-cost programs and tuition assistance, I didn't have to go into debt. I was able to earn my certificate and start working right away. Snow College. This is college.
I'm J.L. Larson.
And I'm Sarah Larson.
And we're the owners and operators of Freedom Ford in Gunnison, Utah. We've been in business now for 38 years. Of those 38 years, we've done business with Utah Heritage Credit Union for over 20 of them. Even our kids have savings accounts there.
Utah Heritage is a great staple to Sanpete County. Homegrown credit union here that has helped, I believe, thousands of families throughout the valleys.
For over 70 years, Cache Valley Bank has been a part of Utah's financial landscape with 23 branches across the state of Utah. Cache Valley Bank isn't just a bank. We're neighbors, partners, and your financial advisors.
Committed to building stronger communities one transaction at a time with secure and reliable solutions, whether it's buying a home, expanding your business, or simply managing your day-to-day finances.
Visit any of our locations in Ephraim, Mount Pleasant, Fairview, or Nephi. Cache Valley Bank, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
This school year will be different.
This year, I'll do my assignments. On time.
I will listen to my teacher.
I solemnly swear.
I won't eat any glue.
I'll do my homework every night.
Every night.
Research? No problem.
School? I got this.
This year will be different. Visit Centricom.com to power your education with the best internet experience. Everyone succeeds with School to the Power of Centricom.
The Snow College campus store has something for every member of the family to show their Badger pride. They have hoodies, mugs, car stickers, and more. Online students and parents can get in on the fun too, because now the campus store is online at store.snow.edu. Go there now for all of your Snow College apparel needs. Visit store.snow.edu. That's store.snow.edu.
Final score here from Ephraim, number 13, Snow College 55, number 15, Lackawanna 38. Wild game. Snow falls behind 14-0 and then 17-6 early in the second quarter. And then the Badgers bust out offensively. Made some good adjustments defensively. Lackawanna by no means went away, but the Badgers at the end of the day made enough good plays to give them a comfortable win in the last 2 minutes. That's when they got comfortable.
And it did, yeah. So it was still that close game, that 3-point lead all the way through the third quarter. There were a couple momentum stops at different points, but definitely going away. Snow was able to put the cap on, and then an interception just on the last offensive play for Lackawanna was just a way to go out in style. Lackawanna was forced into a lot of throwing later on in this game, not only because they spent the entire second half trailing, but also because their run game was totally bottled up. They were seeing drives get totally stopped. Sacks are just as bad when you look at the analytics. Sacks are just as bad as turnovers in the way that it kills drives. They were losing yards on their first down runs at such a rate that it was killing their drives too, to the point where they just started throwing consistently, as the stats will weigh out. A lot of throwing attempts for the Lackawanna College team.
First downs, Lackawanna had 28 to Snow's 21.
And that's when they started throwing and matriculating the ball.
Overall, 126 yards on the ground for Lackawanna, 205 for Snow College. Those big Seth Rigtrip runs in the second half kind of matriculated that.
That'll help you.
Yeah. Overall, Lackawanna, 370 passing yards to just 204 for Snow. Snow didn't have to throw the ball as much in the second half. And, 52 attempts from Lackawanna. So with 2 interceptions, Snow did have the 1 interception that went back for a pick 6. Lackawanna ends up running 84 plays for 496 yards. Badgers only ran 57 plays for 409.
And time of possession plays that out as well, where it's not often that you come away winning a game like Snow College did by 17, and they were trailing by about 10 minutes. It was a 5-point swing the other way, 34, almost 35 minutes of possession time for Lackawanna, so 25 for Snow College.
Yards per play, Badgers 7.18, 5.90 for Lackawanna. Looking at the 1 pick 6 was big for Lackawanna. They did lose a fumble too.
Coming out a little bit in the wash.
Oh,
18 called penalties against Snow, 17 against Lackawanna. Yardage was harsher to Snow, but also we saw Lackawanna had a couple of those that were half the distance because where they were getting called on the field. But 18 called penalties against a team, even in a win, gives the coaches something to talk about the next week.
The average punt went up to 25, which, considering it was at 16 at halftime, an improvement from Lackawanna. Third down efficiency, Lackawanna was just 5 of 17 on third down. Badger defense stepping up big in those moments, and then 2 for 4 on fourth down. Badgers go 4 for 12 on third down. Did not attempt a fourth down.
And that 2 for 4, it started off 0 for 2 when the game was still a little bit closer, and they got a couple more in. It wasn't garbage time, but a little bit later in the game.
Yeah, Tiberi goes 29 of 52, 370, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. Had only thrown 1 pick coming into the year, so the Badgers forced 2 of those there, plus a fumble from him. Patterson, 6 catches, 85 yards, 8 for 79 for Jefferson. Carmelo Taylor, 366 in a score, including a big catch and run. Harrison, 5 for 62 in a score.
Go back to, so Carmelo Taylor had 66 total yards. His big score was a 64-yarder, so his other 2 receptions were for 1 yard apiece.
Akanabi, 2 receiving touchdowns, both on his 2 catches, both went for 6.
And both on
wheel
similar routes out of the backfield.
Yep, Jenkins 3 for 25. Palmore, the tight end, 2 for 22 running. Akanbi did end up with 100 yards rushing in net. Fletcher ends up with 16, 5 for Tiberi in the nets category, and then Ephraim with 4 net total. So defensively, real quick for Lackawanna, Michael Johnson, really good linebacker. I believe, did he have the pick 6?
He did.
Pick 6, 8 tackles to lead Lackawanna on that. Sacks from Mays and Spencer. Spencer was really good on that defensive line.
Those were the 2 half sacks that they had at the halftime, so no sacks in the entire second half.
That's a good point. Badgers did not give up a sack in the second half. Johnson, again, did have the pick 6 there. Let's get some Badger stats in, Cole.
On the Badger side, it's led by the quarterback, Jack Tho, who went 12 of 25 for 1 interception, but he did throw 3 touchdowns. Was sacked the 1 time, as we just said.
Yeah.
Then you go into the receiving, and it's led by one of the stars of the game, Rabb.
Yeah, C.J.
4
Rabb.
receptions, 116, had a 54-yard long that went into the end zone. Then you got McCoy picking up 3 for 43 and a score. Villa had 2 for 21, and then Peterson, 1 for 21, and that 1 was a score.
Good to see the tight end, and that was such a beautiful play design as well. Love to see that. And, boy, Seth Rigtrep, well, at half net 195. I think he was at 34 at halftime, if I remember right. I believe that was his number at halftime, was 34 yards rushing.
He picked it up in the second half. There were a couple of those one-play drives that went into the end zone, and it was Rigtrep on the running end of those, had an 87-yard score. The 87-yarder was the long run of the day for either team.
Looking at the defense for the Badgers real quick, Tayson Reed was everywhere tonight. 15 tackles, 2 tackles for loss. Let's just do this right now, Cole. Our Sanpete Steel man of the game
Appropriate.
is, without question, Tayson Reed. He was spectacular. The freshman, I believe, out of Pleasant Grove, coming up and making just play after play for the Badgers on defense. Or, excuse me, he's from Spanish Fork. My apologies to Tayson there. He's a former Spanish Fork Don. So, really big game for Tayson. He'll be receiving that Sanpete Steel hoodie. They are one of the major steel fabricators in the Mountain West. So
it's the tackles for loss when he had 2, and that led the team. But there were a lot of guys down this list with 2 tackles for loss because, as we mentioned, those runs were getting stopped before they got started for Lackawanna. And I think a big story of the game, it's appropriate that Tayson comes away with the award because that can represent just the way that the linebacking core, the whole front 7, was catching him in the backfield.
Well, here's the other numbers. Wright nine total tackles. Mario Williams, 9. A solo TFL and 2 assisted TFL. Had the most TFL yardage, did Mario Williams. Those 3 guys were A++
yes.
tonight at those linebacker positions. Solo sacks from Mario Williams, as well as Salehe Konoka Williams, who I thought was certainly another candidate for that player of the game. Very, very good there. Interceptions from Tenny Worthen. Taysom Reed did have a pick as well. 2 pass breakups for Jaden Robertson for the Badgers, and then the fumble returned by Saw that took nearly to the house to the 37-yard return. So good game for the Badgers, though, Cole. Needed to get this one, needed to get it right. And
that's right. And we talked in the pregame about how it's tough to do a get-right game against a ranked opponent that you expect to meet. Maybe even in the if you have postseason aspirations, then this is the kind of opponent that you're going to need to get past, and now you start building your resume for that. This is a resume builder. It's a bullet on the schedule with a big 55-38 win, and it is a Lackawanna College scoregami, 55-38. It is the most. So in the 55-point column, it's also the most that the other team has scored. It's, I remember when the Chiefs and the Rams played. It was supposed to be in Mexico City, but then it got moved to L.A. That was one of those scoregamis that's just special, a dot all by itself over on the right side of the chart. And this is a unique score that Lackawanna College probably wished would have gone a little bit differently on their side, as it becomes a new bullet on their scoregami chart.
Absolutely. Good to be with you, brother. Always good.
Fantastic.
And the fact that it was kind of a full circle thing for you, going from a Pennsylvania born and raised to now an acclimated, naturalized Utahn. Fun game. The tables turn, or the turntables, if you will, in this game. It was fun back and forth. Let's thank all those involved tonight, including Director of Broadcasting Joe Williams. We do not get on the air, off the air, stay on the air, get all these great shots, and keep this audio going without Mr. Joe.
In addition to a cool pregame hype video that played here in the stadium, produced by Mr. Joe Williams.
Yeah. I was at ECU a week ago, and that was 10 times better. Not to offend any Pirate fan, but that was much better than anything I saw last week. We've got really good,
College. Don't take it for granted.
Really lucky in that production room, along with Dalton Ray, Nate Kingston, and Kimball Barton, who worked on producing and camera work as well. Big thanks to Sports Information Director Drayson Ball, as always. Cole, thanks to you. Always good to be with you, and
Tanner, thank you.
Drive home safe. You got to head back up to Linden tonight.
Back to Utah
County. So we'll let you get on the road. Appreciate you, everyone, the listener. Those of you that's why we do this, right? We want to bring you good quality broadcast material, and sports are fun. They're meant to be fun, and this was a fun night. So your final score here from Robert Stoddard Field at Terry Foote Stadium: number 13 Snow College 55. Number 15, Lackawanna, 38. My name is Tanner Wilkinson. You've been watching and listening to Junior College Football on the Mid-Utah Radio Sports Network, Centricom Channel 10, and SnowTV. So long and good night from Ephraim, Utah.
You've been listening to live Snow College Badger sports action on KMCI, the sports leader in South Central Utah. This sports broadcast has been brought to you by sports-minded sponsors throughout South Central Utah. Join us again for Snow College Badger sports on KMCI.